And with that, we are live. Though maybe I should clear off the drinks and stuff so that those don't look as bad as they do. Do that. There we go. That's better. It's like it never happened. It's like I was organized the whole time, and none of this shit was anywhere near when I started. Hip hip hooray. We did it, everyone. We saved the world. Anyways, hopefully everyone is having a wonderful time so far. If not, maybe we'll be able to change things. That was not the image that I meant to pull up. That is not the image I meant to pull up. That is not the image I meant to pull up. There it is! Found it. I am so prepared. I am so absolutely fucking prepared. Prepared. I am prepared. That's what it's been. The whole time. The whole time I have been prepared. So, as you can see, the office is actually getting set up a little bit better now. We've got some of our props and some of our things that are supposed to look good in the background again, finally. We're just gonna put him right there. We're just gonna put him right there. It'll be fine. We're gonna put this out of Growly's reach because I don't want her to steal it. Anyways. Anywho. Wow, that actually looks even worse over there. Oh well. Fuck it. Real Service has a new spot. Well, Real Service needs to be on camera. Let's pull things a little more this way. There we go. There we go. Everything's working now. Everything's better. Things were breaking, but now they're not. Oh, that's not a poster. That's a full-size blanket that Jack and Quill bought us. Ugh. I actually have it covering the entrance to the bathroom because we removed that door ages ago, back when this used to be the master bedroom. Now that this is my office, when I have guests over sitting on the couch over there, I want to be able to go take a shit without having to go, please leave my office for the duration of the time that I'm dropping deuces. Thanks. Ordered a plushie bread. Sweet. Where is my plushie bread, actually? Where did bread go? Oh, bread's over there. Okay, that's why. Bread's over there. So, yeah. Got the Pokemoner back up over there. I need to take Chikorita and put her somewhere. I'm going to do that right now. She's covering some Eevees. Not a big fan of that. And Furball says, was hoping to hang out, but I gotta go. Friends are having a bad time and need to get out of the house. Have a good stream service. Well, thank you very much for the $5 super chat, aided Furball, and I hope you have the best of luck with helping your friends feel better today. John Doe says, first time catching a Surus stream. Is that? I can't really tell. That looks like a picture from JoJo as your profile picture, but I can't tell. I was going to say nice. Then I was going to say, is that a fucking JoJo's reference? And then I was going to realize that those memes died a long time ago, but memes never... Ow, Greg! Fuck, we'll cover you in a second. Jesus. I don't need your loud-ass voice. Nobody needs your loud-ass voice, Greg. Not a single one of us requested this shit. Holy fuck. Give me a second. I'm trying to get everything prepped for this. Does this fix it? Aha! Yay, there we go. There we go. Got that set up and ready. Got this one set up and ready to go. And then, let me make sure that I've got everything set up today. Otherwise... No, I don't. No, stop. I don't want to listen to you. I don't. I don't want to listen to any of that shit. There we go. There we go. There, now I've done my job. Everything is set up correctly. Everything is set up correctly. Woo! Okay, so let me go ahead and pop out the chat so that I can see. There we go. Michael said, sir, is cover in what way? Is it PG? What do you mean? It is a JoJo pick. It's Dio. Oh! So I thought it was JoJo, but it was you, Dio. Got it. That makes a lot more sense now. It all makes sense. That's alright. I can stand it. So, what do we have on the agenda for today? Well, first and foremost, most importantly, we're going to have to get into the failed Trump prophecies, because why not? Secondly, I decided not to get RE7 because I'd rather not waste money. It's too spoopy. Okay, I mean, I did find RE7 spoopy, but I actually still really enjoyed it, and I might go through it again. So, first things first, we do have the failed Trump prophecy stuff. Then, we have a video on why atheists debate. And some really, really absolutely garbage shit. Some lawmakers would like to give women the death penalty for abortions. So I'm going to get into that. Some of the problems with that and what I think should happen to individuals that think that this legislation is good. Just throwing that out there. Yeah, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Did I happen to get your DM on Discord? Let me see. I get a lot of DMs. Let me see if I have... Oh my god, I could go full Trump with that excuse. Did I get your DM on Discord? I receive a lot of DMs, great DMs, amazing DMs from amazing people. I might have gotten your... I'll have to check. I get a lot of DMs, though. Let's see. Oh, I see. The NRA thing. I would like to cover the NRA stuff, but I'll do that as a dedicated video. It won't be today. Did I see the articles on how Trump's administration never had a COVID plan? Yeah. Yeah. Just imagine that. The administration that got rid of... The administration that got rid of the epidemic response team having no response to an epidemic. Wow. Just imagine that. Just imagine that. I don't know. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being that person in charge there? Having no response ready at all? Also, can I just say, and I'm not purchasing these right now, okay? But I do want to show you guys a problem that I have. So, this is a problem that I have. I have all this stuff just sitting, but I'm not ordering it yet. This does not mean donate so I can order shit. This is just me showing that I've fallen deep into the depths of trying to mod. So I have like magazines and adapters and springs and this thing called a little rocket, which I've actually got one of over there. And then I've got freaking a shotgun that I want to mod. And then specialized short dart rounds. Sorry, guys. I have fallen deep into this hobby. I need help. Yes, the RuneScape addiction is a problem, too. You're not wrong about that. But the nerf thing, the nerf thing is an issue, too. I've fallen very deep into this. but it's fine. Ratchet Freak, no donation tracker until Monday because we reached. Here, I'll show you why. And I can show you that right now. Boom. There's the reason why we're not doing a donation tracker right now. We already reached it. So, on Monday, there will be another donation tracker, but right now, we reached the goal. I don't want to suddenly turn into a $300 goal or a $400 goal. I'd rather just be content that we reached that goal, and then next week, we will set up the goal again. That would be why. Oh my god. So first thing from Kirstine Kennerson for $4.99 Super Chat. Thank you very much for the $4.99 Super Chat. I really want to know where you got the evolution thing in the back. I want to get that for my hubby. So the person you will have to ask about that would be Jack and Quill, as he is the one who sent that to our house for us to have. So you'll have to ask him. I do not know. It was sent to me. May Atkinson with the $10. I heard donate so Sirs can buy stuff. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Look. I also want to share some happiness, okay? This is like me, the YouTuber, sharing some good news with you guys that is related to YouTube. So, generally speaking, videos on this channel, when they go up, get about 3,000 to 6,000 views, if I'm lucky. That's like a video doing really well. I mean, heck, I can actually show you. But two things. One, somehow, luckily, I managed to actually get most of my videos lately monetized. Why is that playing now? Shut the fuck up. I don't want to listen to that yet. Anywho, so, first thing is first. Most of my videos used to get demonetized. It was a really frequent thing, and YouTube would automatically demonetize videos when they came out, and it was a huge pain in the ass. But here lately, if I can show you guys here real quick, let me just flip us over. Here lately, only 1 or 2 videos a week are getting hit with the demonetization. All of these have managed to be monetized except for the one about the Biden conspiracy, and it's been the pattern is pretty consistent down, where every now and again there's, one every 7 or so videos that's getting demonetized, which is good. Like I have not had stuff like that in a very long time. I don't know how the algorithm decided to stop demonetizing me constantly, but apparently it did. And also, views are pretty much sitting at about anywhere between 2,000 and 6,000 per video, which is not good. Those numbers are not great, but I am incredibly happy that at least they're getting monetized more often, which is good. That means have you been cursing less? I've been cussing more. I've been cursing more in my videos lately. Because my videos have moved to live stream VOD format, I don't have a chance to edit out my swearing or anything like that like I used to be able to do, so now I swear more in videos, and yet it just manages to keep going. Might be the lack of ocean lately. It shouldn't be. I'd at least hope that's not it. Decker Roll with the $5 says, I heard donate, so here you go. Have a wonderful day, everyone. That's not what I meant. That's not what I said. God damn it. You guys. This is not what I mean. But okay. Anyway, I just wanted to share that with you guys. That little bit of good news for all of the times where the channel has had monetization issues, and for all the times in 2020 where I was making maybe $300 or $400 a month on the channel from YouTube's ad revenue, and most of that ended up being super chats, not actual ad revenue. Videos getting monetized now is fucking great. It means two things. One, it means videos actually are recommended in the algorithm more, because demonetized content does not get recommended anywhere near as much. And two, it means I'm able to pay my bills. That, like literally, It's the couple of important things: being able to pay bills and being able to reach audience. And one bit of evidence of that, if I were to go and look at, let me go analytics. I'm guessing the change to deal with the vote deniers, Trump monarchists, affected you positively. Maybe. But to evidence the views here. Views are currently higher than normal. It says it's because I've published more videos, which is likely true. But like December, I was sitting here. Like, this was scary in December. If you see, like, how low that line is compared to here. So, I am like, stupidly helpful. On Fire says, Cyrus, I heard you say you wanted to go back to cartoon hosting. Yes, and actually, we are getting the things in to take care of that now. Here on February 2nd, I should be getting my new avatar in, and what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be doing the live stream format that I'm doing right now, but I'm going to be behind an avatar during it, and the avatar is going to automatically sync to what I say and do. It's a VTuber avatar, for anybody who doesn't know about like what that is and how those work. Yeah, actually here, if you're in the chat, if you know what VTubing is, give me an H. If you don't know what it is, give me a G. And if I see a lot of G's, then I'll go ahead and like give you guys a quick demonstration so that you know what's going to happen with the channel here in a few weeks. H. All of you are fucking degenerates. All of you know what VTubing is. Holy shit. You guys have been on the scary side of the internet for too long. But there are a significant amount of G's in there. Ceres is going to evolve into an anime girl. Yeah. That's essentially what's going to happen, like, realistically. So, okay, let me show you guys. And we'll actually use another political VTuber to show you guys what's going to be happening here. So this is Miss Peep. If you have not subscribed to her channel already, I would recommend doing so. She does political content, and she is currently the only political VTuber on the platform that I know of. We did a collaboration recently, and she's actually one of the ones who's been helping me figure out how I'm going to go about doing the VTuber thing. So, it is sad that one of the most recommended videos for her is the video that we did together. We need to actually get her better represented in the algorithm. But, so here is how it'll work. This is basically how my streams are going to end up looking. So if you see how, like, she's able to move around and blink and everything, that is what's going to be happening on my channel as well. I will be able to be doing that, where the avatar is going to be completely synced. Oh, yeah, hold on. Oh, you don't need the sound from the video. You don't need the sound from the video, because it's just about showing the syncing stuff. Well, you can't see the mouth move because she's wearing a mask in that particular one. If I were to... Here's one.
The death penalty for an abortion.
Oh my God! Hold on.
Lawmakers want county
Why does this keep on
against women
playing? Holy shit! Fucking... Apparently, I'm gonna have to cover the abortion stuff first. Because that website keeps on fucking playing its stupid-ass video. It's this one over here. So I guess I'm gonna have to just fucking deal with that. Oh, okay, I guess we just lost everything. We are back to showing Cythria. One sec. There we go. Okay. So here's an example of... let me go ahead and pop the chat away real quick so that you can see. So this is what it's basically going to end up looking like.
Y'all are on the video side. Yeah, what happened was Jill Biden was like in a professional context.
So the mouth does move in sync with what you are saying and how you're doing it. Though for me, I'm going to be getting a different rigger. So the mouth may move differently on my avatar, but who knows? We'll see. Let me go ahead and turn that chat back on now that I'm not having to scream. Yeah, the one on her avatar barely moves right now, but I think that the reason it barely moves for her is it might just be a lighting issue. Because if you do not have, whenever you are doing this kind of stuff, if you do not have a light that is hitting you directly, and the rest of the stuff in your background is more dimly lit, if that is not what you're doing when you're doing the VTubing stuff, it can't track your mouth as easily. Sorry, I didn't realize something bad had happened with him. My apologies. What has happened? I've missed something. Also, Deborah Tudor has super chatted $4.99 3 minutes ago. This is most definitely for not buying stuff. Oh my god, guys! I'm not picking up any of that stuff until after my paycheck comes in. Okay, like I got my YouTube paycheck, but this is the paycheck from December, so it's tiny in comparison to what I normally get. So it's enough to pay for like some bills, but not my mortgage. So I'm not buying any of this shit right now. I'm not. Don't donate to feed my bad habits, okay? I have stuff I need to pick up later that will be both for fun and for work. And that's... Just stop. Just stop. Cirrus gains the skill VTuber level 1 face rig, except I'm not going to be using face rig. I'm going to be using animes. Joan Grubb says, we're not buying that, Cirrus. Wait, you're not buying what? Like, I'm not buying anything either. Not right now. Not until bills are paid. Fucking bill. Oh, God, this is also the first month that we are having to pay our medical insurance on time. Oh, well. Fuck it. Whatever. I hate that the Affordable Care Act did not actually do anything for Raz's healthcare. But that's fine. I already managed that issue. That I added an extra thing on Patreon, and that pays for the medical expenses. So don't donate for that, please. Fucking don't. Okay? Stop it, all of you. Stop. Jesus fucking Christ. Anywho, things going on with the channel here soon that I want to go ahead and let you guys know before we get into the first topics. First thing is I'm going to be getting a... obviously, we've got the VTuber avatar coming in. For those who have not seen what that looks like... Is this it? Yep. This is the sketched version of what the avatar is going to look like. So, the next thing is that one of the things I'm going to be trying to pick it up is a 3D printer. Not so that I can go full-on Telltale with... he's got like 15 3D printers running all the time selling stuff. I'm not going to be doing that per se, but I am going to see about getting some little like merch figure things that maybe I'll be able to make for people if they want. Everybody does t-shirts. Everybody does hoodies and stuff like that. I think maybe I could make like little models. Maybe. Brisk Creek says, I was just playing with Adobe Puppets last night. They work okay, but the stock ones are too cutesy. See, cutesy stock ones are fine, because I want my avatar to be made in such a way that when a Call for an Uprising fan or a transphobe hops onto my channel, they get so thoroughly confused and they start leveling ad homs for no reason, which will do a couple of things. One, it'll be fucking hilarious for me. And two, after I sneeze, it's free engagement. It's free engagement. Like, seriously, if everybody could get in the habit, everybody who's a content creator, who's a trans ally, who's an LGBTQ ally of any kind, if they could get into the habit of just saying the words that purposefully upset transphobes and purposefully upset homophobes so that they can step on their comments in order to gain better traction in the algorithm, it would be hilarious. It is the ultimate form of cucking, where somebody has come in and they want to see you fail, and by them commenting, they are helping you succeed. Freya says, please tell me you'll get a Rule 63 avatar. Freya, I have good news. I have very good news for you. And yes, that is part of the plan with the VTuber model. That is very deliberate. The entire idea is to make it to where when somebody is in, they're going to comment. They might be an ally, and their comment will end up feeding into the algorithm and being good. But I specifically want to make it to where when somebody hops in who means to tear anybody in this community down, their attempts at tearing it down do nothing but build it up. And I want that to be the case. And if all the hate comments get directed at me specifically, all the better. I've got a therapist. I can handle this shit. Denkro Doll for the $10 super chat. Hey, plug DDL Playground because I got some super cute stuff that my fiance will absolutely love seeing. Oh my god, it just started playing randomly. Do you see what I mean? We're covering the abortion thing first. Fuck this. Okay, so plug DDLG Playground because I got some super cute stuff that my fiance will absolutely love seeing me in. All right, awesome. Then I shall do so. Also, Carrie Mooney with the $5 super chat. How about I donate because you, Jimmy, Vice Rhino, and Telltale are the only things keeping me sane. My entire family are all on the QA non-Trump train. I am so terribly sorry about that. That sucks. I know that my family's on the Trump train, but I don't think any of them are necessarily QA honors. But I do want to thank you guys for your super chats. You guys have been really freaking generous today. Like, holy shit. You don't have to do that. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Okay, so I guess I might as well go ahead and do that plug now real quick. It's a butt plug, but we'll do it. So if you are watching this stream and you have a partner or you don't have a partner and you just want to get some stuff to pleasure yourself, and that is your fancy, it's a thing that you like to do, what have you, then might I suggest you get some items, maybe a dildo, maybe a vibrator. Hey, if you don't like the stream, get it and go fuck yourself. Go to ddlgplayground.com. And when you are at checkout, after you found some things that you want, go ahead and put Cirrus in as your coupon code. And it will get you 10% off. I'm not shitting you. I've been sponsored by a DDLG sex website for a year. And it is absolutely wonderful that they have been sponsoring me for a year, and they're actually a really good sponsorship. Not because I get paid a significant amount from them. I only get paid like 10% of what anybody makes on an order. So like I get pennies from them, truly and honestly. But they do let me advertise in whatever way I want. It doesn't matter. They literally just said in the email a year ago, hey, however you want, or it was more than a year ago now, however you want to advertise, you do it. It doesn't matter. And you know what? That's great. That makes me happy. As a content creator, that is the best thing in the world. I get to literally say to transphobes, go buy a dildo and go fuck yourself, but it'll be discounted because of me. So, yeah, that was a great thing to discover. I'm not gonna lie. Xenon with the $4.99. Keep up the good work you do, sir. So you are helping fight back against stupidity. Hopefully, this donation makes up for my own stupidity and ignorance. Don't. Okay, so thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it. It's amazing. But don't donate as like a recompense for feeling like you're stupid. That's not right. That just feels kind of weird. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that feels really weird. Remy Coat says, do I get anything extra for every code used? Yes. So, here's how it works. When you order something through DDLG Playground, if you use my coupon code, you get 10% off of that purchase, and then I get 10% of whatever was made on the purchase. So if you get a $100 order and you use my coupon, it turns into a $90 order, and then 9 of those dollars I will get. They will be sent to me as part of my sponsorship. That's how that works. At least it's not Raid Shadow Legends. Man, fuck Raid Shadow Legends. I will say this wholeheartedly. I took their sponsorship when they offered it because I desperately needed. I mean, hell, if they offered it to me again, I might even do it again just because there's never a point where I'm not going to need that money. But in all honesty, fuck Raid Shadow Legends. Okay? Fuck them. When I did my sponsorship for Raid Shadow Legends, is there an NDA? Am I not allowed to say how much they paid me? I don't know. I'm not okay. So I don't know if I'm allowed to say or not because I haven't gone back and read if it's in like my contract with them. So I'll just go ahead and say that it was not a lot, and other content creators I've talked to who have gotten sponsorships from them or sponsorship offers, the one that I got was piddly in comparison to the offer that they got. As in, like, their offer had another digit in it compared to mine. And when I did my sponsorship with Raid Shadow Legends, they paid, like, 4 months after I did the sponsorship, when it's supposed to be on a net 30 payment, where it's paid in 30 days after the sponsorship. But, of course, it didn't get actually paid until way fucking later. So, yeah. Fuck Raid. Just throwing that out there from personal experience with my interactions with the company. Also, one of the stipulations in our... I do remember one of the stipulations in our contract. One of the stipulations in our contract was specifically no political content, no religious content. Boy, howdy, was that difficult to work through. So yeah, no, just not a big fan of Raid and not a big fan of the company, and yeah. Yeah, so the thing you do. Yeah, I had to make a contrived video to do that sponsorship. Now, it was a contrived video about a thing that I like, a topic that I enjoy. I did the video about Demacia versus Noxus, the different political regimes that exist in them. Whereas Noxus is very... they're very open-minded. They're very progressive. They accept people of a multitude of backgrounds, but they are also very jingoistic. They are very white supremacist. They are very, well, it's human supremacist, rather. They think that humans are the best race in the world, and they don't accept people of other races, generally speaking, into their fold, but they go and conquer other lands.
The death penalty.
Oh my God.
Some Arizona lawmakers.
It will not stop. The encoder on this website needs to be fucking destroyed. Jesus Christ. And then Demacia, which is accepting of people of all races, but not accepting of people of all religious backgrounds, not accepting of people of all, in that world, magical backgrounds. They will jail you for performing magic in any way, shape, or form. They're very American in that way, where like ethnically they are diverse, but in their mind they are very narrow, very rigid, very draconian. And it was a conversation about, hey, which... Sorry, mute tab? Yeah, that's the thing I should do. But the video ended up being like, hey, which society would you rather live in? The one that does not want diversity of people, but favors diversity of ideas? Or the one that hates diversity of ideas, but favors diversity of people? I think that both Noxus and Demacia are two sides of the same coin on extremist positions, but that's kind of how they've been built. For those who don't know, this is Cythria, Cythria the Bold, and she is actually from Demacia. But I am a huge League of Legends fan as far as the lore is concerned, the game, the comics, and everything. I'm a League fan, so I use that as an excuse to get around raids cucking of what I normally do. That is a lot of subscribers. Okay, so 1 second. I need to go through all these. Justin Vigel, thank you for subscribing. Yaganel Clickstrobe, thank you for subscribing. Evan Wood, Ted Brown, Adam Svensson, thank you all for subscribing. Britt Ross, Stuckerfan, and Scarling, thank you all for subscribing. Holy shit. That is a lot of subs. Saoirse's avatar is hazel and green, I think. Well, yeah, that's because my eyes are hazel and brown. Like, I genetically have heterochromia, so my avatars in... my avatars that I use have heterochromia. Oh, shit, that reminds me. I need to go talk to the person who's making the avatar. His word is Lord Black with the $4.99, and thus my tithe for stupid is paid off. Praise be to thee who enlightens me. And then Sarada Desinge with the $5. You're my favorite political commentating, atheist, GSRM, ally, feminist. Mind you, I'm a bearded lesbian. That's saying a bit. Fair enough. So I need to go ahead and let them know that when they do the avatar to make sure that it has... the right things. So 1 second. Message. Okay, so fuck. Give me just 1 sec. I need this up for just a sec so I can see what. Okay, cool. There we go. Okay. I just had to let the artist who's working on the VTuber avatar know, hey, maybe it would be a good idea to go ahead and have that avatar have heterochromia just because I have heterochromia. Like, I have that in real life, so I don't... Normally, avatars with heterochromia piss me the fuck off because I'm just like, dude, that is such a rare thing, and yet so many, like, anime avatars have heterochromia, and to make them look, like, more special, but then it ends up being... so overly represented, and it just upset me. But then when I'm like, well, I want to make mine have heterochromia because I have it in real life. Maybe I'm being a fucking hypocrite. Who knows? Mia Ghoul, Evamara says, do you type 200 words a minute? No, actually. My gross words a minute, last time I measured was somewhere between 120 and 140, but it's been a while since I've measured. Like, I don't know. Is your avatar heterochromia the same colors as yours? It's kind of subtle in your case. I'm hoping that it will be. So the avatar that they've made, that they're working on right now, the eyes are both like that kind of yellow hazily look. So I've just said, can you make one slightly more brown than the other? Is what I'm going with. Because if just one of them is slightly more brown than the other, where it's not as noticeable, then that would be good. May I ask how much it's costing to get the VTuber avatar? So the VTuber avatar is running me about $100. And this is draft 1. It's probably going to cost a lot more when I do draft 2. Because I'm doing draft 2 through another artist. I know how much other people have paid for their avatars, and it is around the same, if not more. It's expensive. Ugh. And Black says, I see my donation was well spent. Fair. How much do you usually go for? So a VTuber avatar generally will run you between $100 to $400 depending
the
on...
death penalty for an abortion. Some Arizona lawmakers want county prosecutors to enforce murder laws against women who get abortions.
I'm gonna fucking blow this website up. So the ones being used on HoloLive, so it depends. If you're getting a 3D avatar, the 3D ones are cheaper than the 2D ones, because the 3D ones, generally speaking, people are using mepoids, kind of. I forget what that's fucking called. But they're using a base model and then dressing the model up and modifying it slightly. So when they are using those types of avatars, it takes a little bit less money to build because you're not building something from scratch. Now, 2D avatars, which is what I'm going to be doing, I'd rather that than the 3D ones, because the 3D ones look a little weird sometimes. Like if I were to move my hands up and do this, the 3D ones have a tendency of like clipping the fingers into the face, and it gets really uncanny valley, and I'm not a big fan of that. But the 2D ones cost a lot more because they're not only made from scratch, but they're made in layers. So with the 3D avatar, you have the model that's already built up, and then you map everything onto it and rig it. And when you move, things move in conjunction with how your hands move, with how your eyes move, with how your face moves. With the 2D ones, the individual picture, if I were to pop this up real quick, this picture alone would be about 50 to 60 layers, because the skin would be one layer, each eye would be in its own layer, the hair would probably be about 6 or 7 layers that would move independently. The hoodie would be 1 layer, if not 2, depending on the folds. The ears would both be a single layer, if not 2 layers each. The mouth, inside the mouth, is probably going to end up being 2 layers. And then as you go down, like, these beads can either be done as a single layer or each as an individual layer. These folds here would probably be set to individual layers that would move via a liquefy effect. And then, of course, when you get down to boobies do booby things. So, point of the matter is, when you're doing a 2D model, it gets more expensive because the artist is not just drawing a single picture. The artist is drawing about 100 pictures. They are just all very small pictures, and they are constantly having to draw them. So, like, your eyebrow is one picture. The other eyebrow is a picture. The eye is a picture. That eye is a picture. If they want the eyes to be more lively, then the eye and the iris and the pupil are all going to be separate layers, which makes 2D rigging a little more complicated, and it also makes it more expensive, both to build the model and to rig the model. So therein lies the issues with doing it via 2D. Now, 2D is what I want, because my avatar on the channel has always been a 2D avatar. Yay, let's go appeal to tradition. But I've always done a 2D avatar on the channel when I did avatars, so that is what I want to do going forward with the avatar. Ugh. Yeah, add in extra expressions too. Any extra expressions that pop in cost a lot as well. And extra expressions are going to be interesting for me to figure out, because I think I'm going to have to actually map them to keybinds. So when I want to make a face like, or anything like that, I'm going to have to actually have like a button dedicated to clicking through them. I may have to get a separate device entirely that just allows me to click the buttons for facial expressions, like a separate Stream Deck. How does one get a regular avatar like the old videos? You ask an artist very nicely and throw money at them. That's how you do that. You find an artist that you like, and you grab your wallet and you toss it at their face, and hopefully they accept the money you threw at their face. Speaking of avatars, leaves on the vine. The artist for this one is a person named Rymexen. Rymexen is the artist for this one, though the finalized avatar that I want to use is going to be by an artist named YaraKoro, and y'all are already familiar with YaraKoro's artwork, because if I were to pause my stream, then you already know what YaraKoro's artwork looks like. I mean, hell. Here, I'll type it out for you, Blitzkrieg. It is... One sec. Yeah, here you go. So, the two different artists, here's the reason why. So, Rymexen is doing a budget avatar. Rymexen is taking care of the avatar itself and also the rigging. It's going to be the avatar I use to learn how to do VTubing with. YaraKoro is going to be making the more finalized, more likely more expensive avatar, and we're going to use the avatar from Rymexen so that Yara can learn how the VTuber avatar functions so she knows what to make. But I was going to grab a thing real quick. Where is it? Where is it? Is this it? Yes, it is. For those who don't know, the other reason I wanted to use YaraKoro's artwork is because there are artists that I like for various projects. When it comes to individual characters, I like Jack and Quill's work. That is why Jack and Quill has taken over everything in regards to like the channel slides at the end of videos. Jack and Quill's the one that takes care of those. I pay Jack and Quill for each and every one of those. There's also going to be a new animated intro for the channel that I'm paying Jack and Quill for as well. YaraKoro, I actually like her background pieces a lot, and that's why I commissioned her to do the pause screen. But for those who don't know, I actually ended up taking that pause screen and turned it into my playmat for when I go play Magic. Like this is the mat that I play cards on now. And I fucking love it. So yeah. What format? So right now, I play Standard and I play Draft. Not a big fan of Commander, and I don't have the money to get into Modern, and I really don't know if I want to get into Modern. I like rotations. Rotational formats are something that I like in Pokemon, and it's something that I miss, I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Needed. So right now, Standard and Draft. Is this the poppin' chat? I mean, the chat's popping right now, somehow. So a lot of arena stuff then. I actually really hate playing on Magic Arena. I really fucking hate playing on Magic Arena. I don't like playing card games on the computer. I've been playing Legends of Runeterra because I don't have any other option on that, but I can't stand sitting... I can't stand playing a card game without being able to talk with my opponent. Like, hell, this right here. I haven't unsleeved it yet. Literally. Friday Night Magic yesterday. Did Friday Night Magic, and I actually still have my draft deck from when we did that. I ended up going 2-1, and I drafted Dimir. Dimir Flyers was my draft. So yeah, I cannot stand playing a card game without having an opponent I can interact with and talk with. I really prefer being able to spend time with a person, like chat with them, get to know them, joke around. When I'm waiting for my opponent to do their turn in Magic Arena, I'm upset. I'm literally sitting there going, "Okay, finish your cards. I'm not playing blue. Finish your fucking turn, please." And then when I'm playing in real life, if my opponent's taking a long time on their turn, you know what I'm doing with them? I'm chatting with them. Not something I can do at Magic Arena. So, fuck Magic Arena. I can't stand not having a person in front of me when I play. So, yay. Witch of Autumn says, I'd do his theme if he had one anymore. Wait, are you talking about me? Because, like, when the new, whatchamacallit, when the new intro comes in, there's that. Cam-to-cam battles is better. It is closer to what I need, but it is not perfect. I said it's closer. It's getting there. Let's see. You have a preference on which one? The right one. So the one left when you're at it. There we go. There we go. Okay. Sorry, I literally just had the, I just got the message from the artist on stream, which eye would you like darker? So I needed to go ahead and send that message out. Let them know, hey. Yes. Ever played on Tabletop Simulator? No, I haven't. Sirius needs to smell his opponent. Hey, look, let's not talk about how much opponents smell in a card shop, okay? Look, I have played Yu-Gi-Oh! At an anime convention. If there's one card that every player there should have had in their deck as a fucking staple, it was Speed Stick Deodorant. And yet none of them played it. Fucking... I have played at multiple card shops. I've played in regional championships. I've played at championship series. I've played at anime conventions. And I can honestly say it is at the anime conventions and at the regional championships that everybody doesn't know how to fucking bathe. Jesus Christ. So, yeah. There we go. So apparently, Remixon is very close to finishing the art, which is good. Said, look, the deodorant trap card is expensive. I understand that the deodorant trap card is expensive, but if you don't play it in your deck, you're missing essential pieces of the deck's build. Okay? If you're not playing at least 2 deodorant, 1 for each armpit, then no. Like, I can understand if somebody is in a situation where, like, it's hard for them to afford to shower all the time. Understandable, but, like, dear God, if you're in a public space, personal hygiene, please, if you can afford a new trading card, you can afford a Speed Stick deodorant. Or the trap card make the opponent put the Dio on yourself. You thought it was I, Pit Stink, but it was I, Dio Durant. So, with all that said, let me go ahead and make sure that my knuckles said if you have a sink, you can clean your smelly balls. Yeah, I've actually been in a situation where the only way I could bathe was with a sink. There's a time where I was at a friend's college dorm, and there was no way to bathe, and so the sink was used. And then there was a time when I had just finished surgery, when my appendix was removed, and I was not allowed to take a bath. I had to sponge bathe using the sink. So, use the fucking sink if you need to. You can do it. When I was young, my water would make the skin have a painful allergic reaction. Your water might have the same issue that mine does. My water has a lot of sulfur in it because it's from a well spring. And I know that people with sulfur allergies tend to have issues with my water. Taking plenty of sink baths in your life? It happens. There's even stuff called dry shower for camping. Sir, do you have your stream labeled as music or something? YouTube won't let me go to picture-in-picture mode because apparently that's not available for music. I have not? Let me check. Let's check the live stream. Here, pop it up here. Hey, I saw the shout out to YaraKoro here because her commissions are open. But let's see. There's the affiliate link for DDLG Playground. Category entertainment. We are not categorized as music. So yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that it's messing up over there, but it's not categorized as music on my end. Your well draws from hell because you're an atheist YouTuber. I mean, they're putting chemicals in the water to turn the frickin' frogs gay. Gay frogs. Yeah, Peek, I think your phone just hates you. Unless YouTube's just removing picture-in-picture mode for everybody who doesn't have, whatchamacallit, who doesn't have YouTube Red, YouTube Premium. That would be stupid. That'd be real stupid, but it's YouTube. All right. Arizona lawmakers. I guess we'll go to this real quick. So, who's ready for us to actually get on topic now that this website has screamed at us repeatedly for us to be on topic? We might as well actually do it, right? That'd be a useful thing to do. A useful practice to engage in. Toe pick? No, not a toe pick. You do not get toe picks on this website. No, bad, wrong. Go back. Horny jail, bad? No? No. No, you're going to horny jail. You're going to horny jail. No toe picks. I didn't even realize that was loaded. I thought it was a dry fire. Where the hell did the dart go? I thought that was a dry fire. Why does this have it? It only had one bullet. What was I planning on doing? Shooting myself? It wasn't a dry fire. Unless there was enough air in the rifle to hit that. Where the fuck? I'm upset. I'm upset. It's in the void now. Hold on. I have a single jet Ceta dart. I will use this. It will be fine. Why would you be upset dry firing? So, technically, you're not supposed to dry fire around. Because when you dry fire, you just pump air through your internals, and it dries up the lubrication inside your system. The air escapes differently whenever it has to go into a round, and it doesn't destroy the lubrication in your system. I don't mind dry firing too much because I can go in and re-lube up my parts, so it's fine. On Face says, prep my first few vids. What do you wish you knew before you started YouTube? Most people have similar advice, but different perspectives are important. So, first thing I wish I knew was how to remove noise from my audio. When you are starting out, if you do not have a great mic, removing noise from your audio is a super important skill to learn. And if you don't know how to do it, I'd highly recommend learning how to. The other thing that I wish I knew when I started was ways to improve my workflow. The way that I did videos when I first started was I would script out a video, and then I would record all the audio for the script, and then I would go into the video that I was responding to, and I would make cuts where I knew I was doing my stuff, and then I would make cuts in my audio where I knew that my points had finished and I was getting to the next response, and then I would put them all together like a jigsaw puzzle, and then export that video. Over time, I realized that that was a fucking stupid thing to do, and I started recording 10 seconds of blank space in between every single point I made. That way, when I was looking in the editor, I could just look for the blank space and know that was where to make my cuts. Then later, I learned to just do burst recording, where I would hear a point, research the issues with the point, record my response, and then put them both in the editor at the same time, and then I would continue watching the video and then cut. Like, literally, I would be editing the video as I was going, and it made it to where videos they used to take 20 hours to make started taking 2 hours to make. So, oh, your Yeti has noise? Blitzkrieg, here's what you do. Check where your USB is located on your Yeti, the USB microphone. See if the USB is anywhere near your power supply. If it is near your power supply, plug it onto the other side of your computer, where the power supply is not. The Yeti mic, because it carries both data and power, it tends to get crossed by feedback from the power supply if it is located too close to the power supply itself. That is... I learned that a long time ago. I learned that to get rid of Yeti buzz. Amazon, where my vaccine? If your plugs are all on the same side of the machine, then what you do is you would plug in an extender, like a high-powered USB extender, and then plug the Yeti into that. It doesn't count if you bribe him off topic. Hey, shush. Shush. You guys need to stop toss. You know what? There's how much do you want to bet? When I use the VTuber avatar, there's going to be people who just throw simp money because it's Rule 63 Cirrus, or Rule 63 Neko Cirrus. How much do you want to bet that shit's gonna happen? And I'm going to have to sit there and literally just... I'm going to have to do like a kawaii anime voice. Guys, stop simping. How much do you want to bet I'm going to have to do that for fun? No bet. I'm glad that I work for a school system that was able to get a vaccine. Cool. I'm sure it will happen. Yeah. Here we go. Now that I know it's loaded now, I don't feel bad doing this. I'm gonna break a camera doing that one day. I really am. Hey, as long as you don't start selling Gamer Girl bath water, you can do anything. Alexis, I'm unsubbing for that voice. Look. No. No. I'm not. I will... Okay, look, I will do that voice more. I can never tell if...
The death penalty for an abortion.
Okay, I think that's the signal. That's the signal to get back on topic, I guess. Dix has donated $5. Toast picks. No toe pics. No toes pics. Bad. See you on the Cirrus OnlyFans. Okay. So the video is forcing me to start with this topic, which is, of course, the topic that's going to make me really angry. It's not the topic that I want to cover first, but this is apparently some Arizona lawmakers are trying to get abortion labeled as homicide, so that if you are a woman and you have to get an abortion for whatever reason, it will be seen as something that could warrant the death penalty. Now, I'm going to go ahead and poison this well and say that if you think that abortion should warrant the death penalty, then maybe, just maybe, you should be reevaluating literally your entire life, starting with whether or not you might actually be a good argument for abortion. Like, literally, your existence is a pro-abortion argument. But before we get into the video itself, I want to thank you all for watching, even though this is going to be quite the agitating video. But let's go ahead and see what is being said by the news about this specifically, and then we will get into my thoughts on it.
The death penalty for an abortion. Some Arizona lawmakers want county prosecutors to enforce murder laws against women who get abortions and the doctors who provide them.
So let me go ahead and say my first issue is I am not pro-death penalty in practically any sense. And my reasoning for that is very simple. I believe that people can change. And I believe that there are enough cases where people have been given the death penalty for not a good enough reason. And I do not think that the state should have the authority to kill its own citizens. Like, just flat out. I don't like giving the country the power to kill me. I do not think that that is a fair thing to do. And also, when it comes to the death penalty in general, you stop the ability for someone to change. You stop the ability for somebody to make amends. What can somebody actually do when they die? Like, what purpose does their death serve? If you're just saying that it's to remove them from society, well, if you have them in prison, they're already removed from society. You've already accomplished that. If it's revenge for the parents, I have like parents of the deceased, if it was a murder or if it was any number of revenge fantasies, like they hurt you, so now you get to hurt them, what have you. I don't need to participate in your revenge porn. I don't. I don't want my tax money helping you participate in revenge porn. Not my thing, not my bag. But just in general, the biggest thing is I don't want the state to have the power to enact violence on its people, especially not violence that is lethal. Because it gets misused. And even when it is used in the best of ways, even when it is used in the most humane of ways possible, where jurisdictions are kept and justice is supposedly served, we still have instances where people get exonerated after death. If somebody gets exonerated after committing a crime and they've been sentenced for life in prison, and they get to come out, they at least get to live some of their life, and there's potential for them to get remediation from the state. There's potential for us to pay them back because we screwed them. We gave them a raw deal. But if they're dead, there's no way of getting that. And even when somebody's guilty, I don't see the purpose in just extinguishing a life there. They're going to expire anyway. It's stupidly expensive to actually go through with the death penalty anywho. So people who try to use the excuse that it's more expensive to feed them, realistically, no, it's not. So I already have an issue with the death penalty, but where it specifically applies to abortion, well, we'll have to continue watching to find out.
This new bill coming on the 48th anniversary of the landmark Roe versus Wade decision that protected a woman's right to end her pregnancy.
Team 12 political insider Bram Resnick explains why the people behind the bill claim the landmark Supreme Court decision doesn't matter.
If passed by the legislature, this would be the most extreme abortion law in the country. But in somewhat of a surprise, the leading abortion opponent in Arizona has come out against the bill.
This is a piece of legislation that
A religious rally celebrating a bill that would make abortion murder under Arizona law.
The Supreme Court was never meant to be the supreme being in our nation.
Well, no, nothing's supposed to be a supreme being in the nation. No one and nothing. So I don't see how that's a point.
Pastor leading the rally claims Roe versus Wade is meaningless, even though
Roe versus Wade is meaningless. So I'm gonna go ahead and say right now, who here actually knows what Roe versus Wade was arguing? Primarily, it was about privacy, and an extension of that privacy was the right to have an abortion, the right to your own body, the right to your own private affairs. Roe versus Wade is not meaningless. There are things that you lose as an extension of trying to destroy Roe versus Wade that are more than just abortions. But, you know, go off, Queen.
Arizona's anti-abortion law hasn't been enforced since the Supreme Court ruling.
Yes, because the federal ruling overrides it.
I'm not a judge, and that's not my lane.
Pro-life Republican and bill sponsor Walt Blackman refusing to comment on the possibility of a death penalty.
Refusing to comment. Okay, so he's a coward is what you're saying.
For a woman who has an abortion. Here's what the bill would do. Give county attorneys the power to prosecute homicide by abortion, regardless of conflicting federal laws or court decisions. The crime would cover an unborn child in the womb at any stage of development. There would be no exceptions for women who There would be no exceptions for women who choose to end their pregnancy.
So, can we explain some of the problems here? Homicide by abortion. Do you want to know the medical distinction between an abortion and a miscarriage? Would you like to know the distinction between the two? The factor that we look at that tells you which one's which? And if you came up with nothing, that's because you can't. The only way that we would be able to tell the difference between an abortion and a miscarriage, in most cases, is if somebody admits to it. And even then, that's vague. Or if somebody were to have, like, let's say they take the pill, the abortion pill, and then you can actually see in their system that there were traces of that pill specifically. But then you'd have to determine whether or not they took the pill or if the pill was fed to them. You're not going to be able to tell, at least not beyond a shadow of a doubt, if that was taken by their own volition or if it was taken because somebody fed it to them. This means that women could get killed for having fucking miscarriages. Because let's say that you don't know you're pregnant, right? You don't know you're pregnant, and so you're drinking copious amounts of alcohol. You're having a shitty time at work. You've been working yourself to the bone, so your body's already going through hell. You drink a bunch of alcohol, and you take maybe some substance. Who cares? The substance could be legal. And then you have a miscarriage. You have torn your body to the point where a miscarriage happens. A court of law could determine, because they have no way of determining if you're being truthful when you say I did or didn't know I was pregnant. The court of law would then see that you had a miscarriage, but they would see that you did things that would directly lead to a miscarriage. How likely is it that a group of your peers is going to end up ruling in your favor when they're being fed propaganda about, don't kill the babies deserve to live, wah, wah, wah. The likelihood that you're going to be able to have only perpetrators get hit by this is incredibly low. Can I also say that it is hilarious to me, stupendously hilarious to me, that this is the reductio ad absurdum of the pro-life position. The reductio ad absurdum of the pro-life position is so pro-life, in quotation marks, that they are willing to commit murder. They are willing to kill adults, people who have lives, people who have families, because they are so pro-life. If you support this, you're not pro-life. One, you're a fucking moron. And you're a great argument for the efficacy of abortion, because a world without you would actually be a functionally better place. Congratulations. But secondly, and more importantly, when your ideals are so extreme that you end up going against your ideals were functionally useless. Functionally. And three, most importantly, you're not pro-life. You're pro-forced birth. There's another word for that. Pro-control. You are not in favor of the life of the baby. You are not in favor of the quality of life of the mother. You're not in favor of the quality of life of the baby. You just want another person to exist. Merely exist. You don't care if this baby will force the mother into poverty. You don't care if this baby is going to be used to force someone to keep proximity with their rapist. You don't care if this baby is going to force someone to be in proximity with an abuser or be forced to stay via emotional abuse of reasons and be compelled into staying in an abusive relationship for the sake of the child, as we see so often. You don't care if this forces somebody to stay into poverty. You're not pro-life, because to be functionally pro-life, to actually be pro-life, you need to be pro-quality of life. The quality of one's life must be able to be marginally improved by your position, else it is a slogan with no meaning whatsoever, except so that you can get your rocks off on your own self-righteous indignation. And like I said before, I have no need to participate in your fucking revenge porn. You get to sit there and be the self-righteous ass shit who looks at a woman who had to go through an abortion for whatever reason. You don't know the circumstances there, but you get to be the person who might one day be sitting in that courtroom, who might one day have some measure of control over whether or not this person is going to be murdered by the state. And you're going to sit there and you're going to come buckets over the idea that you get to be so pro-life, you kill another human being. No. Absolutely not. You're not pro-life, you're pro-control. You want people to live by a standard that you hold yourself to, even though that's not a standard that they need to hold themselves to. You're more concerned with a clump of cells that doesn't have a life, any memories, any feelings, nothing yet. You're more concerned over that being, who we don't even have a consensus on whether or not we can consider that a human, but I could consider it a human for the sake of argument if you needed me to. You're more concerned over that than you are for an adult. Oh, but let's say that you're the type of person, right? Let's say that you're the type of person that goes, no, it's a person at birth. Okay, cool. Then we get into the violinist argument. At what point do you owe the use of your body to another human being? Not morally, legally. At what point do I owe you my kidney? At what point do I owe you my stomach? At what point do I owe you part of my liver? And the answer is, legally, never. So why do you make a fucking exception for a woman and her womb? And of course, the video tries to autoplay again. We're just going to go ahead and kill that. Much like you're trying to kill another human being because of, usually, an issue of religiosity. And if your religiosity leads you to the conclusion that certain people deserve to die, then your religiosity, like your ideology, like everything else that you propose, is functionally useless. You're not pro-life, you're pro-control, and you get your rocks off to other people dying because of your ideology. Stop. I have said it before, and I will say it again. You are a positive argument for the efficacy of abortion, because a world without you would have been marginally improved. Thank you all for watching. This is a topic that upsets me. I hope y'all can deal with that. There we go. I'm sorry if some of you found that off-putting, but that is my honest take when it comes to this shit. I'm so tired. So radically tired of hearing these dumb takes on abortion that lead to just literally other people dying, other people suffering. I do not like this topic. And people who are on the other side of the issue of this topic, I hate. We can go back to positive vibes later. But if you want people to be controlled and you want people to die for your ideology, you are my enemy. Full stop. Decor Doll has super chatted $10. Is it okay if I can use this argument against my future in-laws because they keep going to my fiance and I should start having children no matter what happens to us? Go right ahead. Go right ahead. If they want to be so pro-birth that they are willing to let you suffer as an individual, then I would let them know that the time is not right. You do not want to suffer, and they should be able to respect the fact that you don't want to suffer. And if they don't want to respect the fact that you don't want to suffer, nor do you need to suffer, we all have family we can choose. DIY Patrick for the 10 euros. I believe that's euros. In the beginning, I heard donate twice, so here you go. God damn it! Why are you guys doing this? Oh my god. Cyrus is wrong. Conservatives don't care about people at any possible stage of life. They stand a crowd of busybodies who 100% are confident in their opinions. The Southern strategy was a reaction to the big shift in party goals leading to the Republicans losing the advantage of the Democrats, now broadly approved of civil rights, and the opposition had left. Cyrus aborts pro-birth argument on stream. But suffering is good. That's how you get human oil. Don't say the D word. They'll keep on donating. But JJK, you just said the D word. You just said the donate word. God damn it, Patrick! I heard donate twice, so here you go. So you donated twice. Okay, I get it now. I get the joke. That's a dad joke level of... Pinhead. Jesus. His boredness lord's back. We're donating to spite you, obviously. Yeah, apparently so. Apparently so. On Fire says potential human life is not human life. So actually, On Fire, would you like a fun argument? If you'd like a fun argument, potential human life can be human life. You can actually do the entire abortion argument from the position that life begins at conception. Keelan, it doesn't matter. You can, so 9 times out of 10, when you're having the argument on abortion, the person over here is prepared to argue that life begins at conception. And they're expecting you to argue the minutia about when life begins, and they're expecting you two to come at the middle about when an abortion should or should not be allowed to be terminated, so that they can slowly make it to where it's 23 weeks, and then it's 20 weeks, and then it's 6 weeks, and then it's blah, 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 down to heartbeat. Doesn't fucking matter. They're almost always prepared for you to argue when life begins. Don't argue about when life begins. Argue that, fine, life begins at conception. Let's start there. Because now they have a gun with no fucking ammunition. They end up having a gun with no ammo. They're prepared for a conversation about when life begins, and then you go, cool, life begins at conception. Now let's talk about this conversation. And then you talk about the violinist argument. which is that at what point do I owe you a piece of my body legally? If you would like to read the entire paper on the violinist argument to get into detail, I'd highly recommend it, though I also have a couple videos on abortion. One was a response to Ashton Birdie on my channel that you can go check out that have those arguments in them as well as sourcing for those arguments. Don't let somebody bait you into the conversation about when life begins. The conversation's always about bodily autonomy. Keep it about bodily autonomy. Don't let them goalpost shift you into when life begins. That part of the conversation doesn't functionally matter. We actually covered the violinist thought experiment in my philosophy class, and I already knew about it. It was great. Awesome. And you know what's funny? You can actually go modified violinist. When somebody tries to hit you with a violinist argument, or if they're prepared for the violinist argument, you can hit them with modified violinist, where instead of a famous violinist, it is your child, and instead of them being a stranger, you are the parent. And at what point are you legally responsible for giving that child your kidney? You can even modify it further. You know that you have a kidney disease, or your family has a kidney disease that skips generations. You don't have the kidney disease, so it follows that your child will have it. Are you legally responsible for giving that child one of your healthy kidneys? And the answer is still no. The answer is still the doctor should not be allowed to perform an invasive surgery on you in order to save the life of your child, even when they are an adult, and they are fully a person, legal citizen, pay taxes, everything. There is no point where they can force you onto the operating table to take your kidney, even though you knew they would have a genetic defect because of you. They know that you have the healthy kidney, you have everything you need to save their life. Morally, they can argue to hell and high heaven that it is your responsibility to save your child. That's fine. Legally, they cannot argue it, though. Like, you can... The violinist argument is wonderful, but it can be modified to be more specific to the conversation and be better. 2 minutes ago, Stacy Murphy has super chatted $5. Here you go, enjoying the stream. Just subbed. Thank you very much for the sub, Stacy Murphy. I greatly appreciate it. Belgarth has super chatted 100 knock. Well, gotta jump on the train. Choo choo, all aboard. God damn it. Thank you very much, but god damn it. Deborah Tudor has super chatted $4.99. Re-abortion rant. This is your channel. You do you. For your information, I agree. Cool. Another fun thought experiment to throw at somebody who argues about life beginning at conception. You're in a burning building. Here, you can hit them with a trolley problem. You're in a burning building. You have enough time before the building collapses to grab one thing. There is a carriage here with a baby in it, crying. It is hot. It is going to burn to death. And then over here, there is a tank with 100 fertilized embryos. Conception has happened for these 100. So by the definition that a conservative generally brings into this conversation, you have 100 lives versus 1 life. Do you save the crying baby, or do you save the 100 fertilized embryo? And when you choose the fertilized embryo, if you bite the bullet, what do you say to the mother? And boy, does that conversation get awkward quick. Decoradol says, my sister-in-law has a kidney disease, and I am getting tested in September to see if I can donate one of mine to her. Awesome! And so I shot the Charlie problem at my sister a while ago, and it blew her mind the ways you can change it and see the reactions of people's... Yeah. It is funny, but see, the thing is that a single conversation doesn't change somebody into a position, because I'm going to tell you guys a very important bit of information, okay? You, right, and this includes me, neither you nor me can convince anyone of anything. It is functionally impossible for any of us to convince another person of anything. But what you do is you provide an argument that sticks in their head. And as they try to resolve the argument on their own, subconsciously, they may change their mind. The reason that you can't convince someone of anything is because people do not have control over their beliefs. But the argument that you give them, the conversation you have with them, may end up changing their mind. They changed their mind, but you influenced it. Said, I'm pro-life, but I'd save the baby over the embryos. There you go. Daniel Becken says, been subscribed for a while. Love your content. Keep doing what you do. Well, thank you very much, Danielle Blanken. And thank you very much for the $4.99 super chat. Yeah, another thing that can factor in is where are you having the conversation? If you're having that conversation in public, nobody wants to admit defeat in public. Nobody. If you're having that conversation in private, they may still want to have some air of superiority over you. They may not want to admit that you changed their mind, even if they have changed their mind in the course of the conversation. Not your uterus, not your business. Fuck the fuck off. Yep. Okay, here we go. Thank you very much, Smiling Game Master. Got to keep the donation train going. You guys, what have we... Okay, so I have to look now. I am terrified of what this number is going to be, but I'm going to look at it anyway. What the fuck, you guys? Why? Why are we at 140 in revenue? So 140 and a penny. Where is this penny coming from? Where did this come from? Also, why? Why are you donating so much? I've not done anything. I mean, thank you. Holy shit. But Jesus Christ, guys. I want to thank you all for your donations. I really do. And I do thank you all for your donations. It means that much to me. But holy shit, guys. That is way too much money. It's incredibly generous. Quick question. Would you consider abortion an issue if the fetus can survive outside the womb? If the fetus can survive outside the womb, but it is currently in the womb, whatever the mother wants to do to terminate, I don't have an issue with personally. I don't. If we lived in the world where a fetus could survive outside the womb at all times, and we also had the functional system to support them, and we didn't have like a broken adoption system, then maybe. But the material reality does not support me taking a position like that. Glaceon says, keeping it going. Also want to say that I'm so happy I started HRT recently. Awesome, Glaceon. Congratulations on HRT. That deserves a trans rights in chat. But also, holy fucking shit. Dix has donated just to round off that penny. Let us love you. Well, thank you very much for the donation, Dix. But I have some terrible news for you. The chat revenue here is based off of super chats alone. Everybody who has donated via Streamlabs donation, their stuff doesn't get calculated here. So, I appreciate it. I thank you. But you failed in your goal. Daniel Blanket says, we enjoy your content and you deserve to get paid for your work. Well, thank you very much. I don't know what to say aside from thank you guys. Like, it means a shit ton to me. And without you guys, I wouldn't be able to do this. Hopefully I can continue to provide content to you that is worth your money. And if I ever don't, then please let me know. Holy shit. Alright, guys. So, I need to get chat approval for something, okay? Because I just got what seems to be the finalized version of the VTuber avatar. So I need chat's approval. If chat does not approve, then we will see here. Dick's just donated $5.99. Fine, here, God. Oh no, that sounds ominous. Boobs. Sorry, that was the only thing I saw. Everybody, stop simping. Something seems off about the brown eye, though. It does seem a little darker. Damn, your moobs got big. I mean, they're already big. You wish to pat? Okay, so I will... give me 1 second. Do. Okay. You're staring into the souls. Also, I think the brown eye needs to be a touch lighter. More like a dark orange that's more similar to the yellow one. Briston says, yeah, has listened for a while and your time has value. Wasn't that your argument the other week? Plus, it's a nice Sunday morning listen. Oh, wait, is it Sunday? No, today's Saturday. Today's Saturday. Also, thank you very much for the $10 Australian dollars super chat, and also thank you, Allison R, for the 99 cents. Nathan Nostalgia, I assume that your typing included the word donate. God damn it. Oh yeah, it's Sunday in Australia and New Zealand. Durr, I'm dumb. I'm dumb. Okay, I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Let me... Where does that put us now? Jesus Christ, you guys. $178.69. You guys are way too fucking generous. I have... Okay, so I have to say this, and I try not to say this too much because I don't want to be the type of person that... panders, that's the word I'm looking for. Panders too much. But you guys are some of the most generous fans out there. You guys are awesome. I get to be generous that I have an income again. Well, I'm glad you have an income again, Glaceon. Mainly for you. We need to make 69 cents the target for every stream. If every stream could end on 69 cents... it would be perfect. Cirrus will need bigger panties for all those dollars being stuffed in. Jesus. You guys. I don't deserve you guys. I really don't. But thank you. Can you rig it so we can tell the total donated on stream? I wish I could, but I don't know how to make Streamlabs read super chat donations. I challenge you to a meow off. Hold on. 1 sec. There. Now you try. What? You challenged me to a meow off. So I had to do it. Yeah, beat that, Raimi. Good Gary the Snail impersonation? I guess it would be. Coffin Stewart, make it even. Glad I'm catching the stream. I don't get to catch them, Austin. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous $37. Holy shit. That doesn't put us even. That puts us at $215. But also 69 cents. We still have nice cents. It should always be at 69 cents. If the donations are not at 69 cents, we're 205 till 420.69. We're not trying to get to a goal. We finished the weekly goal days ago. Jesus. Oh, now Chewbacca by Shepherd Mix is looking for the yelling cat. Incredibly generous Cirrus equals Vosh confirmed. I mean, I like Vosh, but I am not Vosh. But have you ever seen me and Vosh in the same room? We'll continue until you're set for the year. Sirs, there's your goal in the stream's goal, 420.69. Oh my god. You guys. Dix just donated 42. I know we joke about how much I simp for Raz, but generally I adore you, and you've helped me learn so much about the world and myself, plus the community you created has become my real family. Thank you. Also, Topix. No Tope! Thank you very much for the $42. Holy shit. But no Topix! Stop! No, none of that. No. Bad. No Topix. Not a single one. No. Bad. We have topics, not Topix. Topics, good. Topix, bad. Wrong. Also, Dix, didn't you, begin, not actually watching my channel? It was just, your partner watched my channel or something like that? Ugh. I'm actually curious. How much is that calculated to? Jesus Christ. We are $75 over the week's stream donation goals, and that's not counting what you guys have thrown at Super Chats. Jesus. I cannot fathom. I cannot fathom that. VTuber Topix coming confirmed. Oh my god. Damn it, you missed my pastor joke. Go ahead, Eva. Say the joke again, Eva. I missed it. I'm sorry. Is that counting the YouTube cut? It's not counting the YouTube cut. It's not counting the YouTube cut. So realistically, if I were to break this down mathematically, it's not 223.04. Damn it, somebody broke it away from 69. The amount is actually not that. Let me, I'll grab out the calculator and show you what the amount is actually going to be. Belgarth has super chatted, knock 20, at least we're not spending our money on drugs. Somebody could consider this drugs. So, 223.04 divided by 3 equals times 2. Boom. So, 148 is what I would see from this. Because for those who don't know, YouTube takes 1/3 of super chats. It takes 1/3 of any donations that are sent to the channel. So, it's that 223 is actually going to look like 148. But that's just the reality of how YouTube operates. If you continue to say cheese is too much, all the chatters will have to be treated to heighten cholesterol levels. A whole third? Yeah. Yeah, it's YouTube takes a third. YouTube takes a third of everything. So we need another 150, so it's $200 net. Would it be? It doesn't actually. No, you don't need a whole 150. I don't think. You'd only need like 80, I think. But you don't have to do that. That's just me running math in my head. If it's at 300, then I get 200. What's my favorite cheese and why is it Swiss? It's not Swiss though. It's not Swiss. My favorite cheese is smoked Gouda. Would it be better to be patrons or channel members? So it's better to be a patron than a channel member, because if you are on Patreon, you actually get access to the behind-the-scenes videos. I've still got 3 to make this week, or 3 to make this month. I have fallen behind on that. I am so terribly sorry. For those of you who are patrons, and I have not gotten the other behind-the-scenes videos out yet, I am sorry. But I will be getting those out soon. Sam Chaos has donated £1.65 quid, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand Britain. I'm sorry. What is your favorite peanut butter and why is it Peter Pan? Michael Conning, I will end you. Brett says that 33% you should be able to claim back on tax due to the service fee being paid through them. Really? Would I be able to pay that? Would I be able to calculate that on taxes? Because so far, the only stuff I know I'm able to calculate on taxes are the gas in my car or car repairs. I can choose one or the other. The square footage of my office, everything that is included in here, and the deprecated value of items like the computer and stuff, because their value deprecates, and I'm able to use deprecated value on taxes. Then again, I'm going to owe like $4,000 on taxes this year, so anything will help. You can in Australia? That's interesting. I don't know if you can do that in the United States, but I like I said, that's what I just explained to you is what I believe functionally is the only things I'm able to calculate on my end. But I did calculate how much I'm going to owe on taxes, and it's looking like $4,000. This year is going to blow dick for taxes. What's your favorite thing to talk about on stream, and why is it toe picks? Oh my god. If you're a YouTuber, you should absolutely have an accountant. They pay for themselves. Depreciated, not deprecated. Depreciated. Sorry, depreciated value, not deprecate. Not deprecated value. You're right. I probably do need an accountant, but I don't even know where to start on that realm. I have no idea, like, where to start, what to do. I've never been in a situation where I've had to have an accountant, so I don't know how to do that at all. Last year, he paid $10,000 in taxes and was only paid $16,000. Jesus! Ow! H&R Block, especially with their more senior tax preppers, are pretty damn good. Then that might be where I have to go where this is concerned. Also, Jack and Quill, if you notice, I've been able to re-hang up the blanket with the new setup in the office. I'm sure we all know Cersei's favorite sauce is hot sauce. Look, I'm not saying that I just drained the rest of my Tabasco today, and I'm not saying that I've only got a little bit of my ghost pepper sauce left, and I'm going to be in a crisis as I run out of hot sauce. Don't ask why I have these right here on hand. Real serious stream when? Soon. Cirrus needs Costco-sized hot bottles. Yes, I do. You have a problem if you're drinking hot sauce out of the bottle. I'm not drinking hot sauce out of the bottle. That's not what I'm doing. Yet. Tabasco, really? I might have to unsub. Dix, do you not like Tabasco? Tabasco has one of the best just slow burn flavors. Do you still have the tiny emergency hot sauce I gave you? Yes, but I don't know where. I remember that the last place that I had it was on my old backpack, the like the Avon backpack that I had when we went to Anime Weekend Atlanta. But I've traded that backpack out for this luggage bag that I use for all of my card game stuff now, and I don't know if I'll have to look for it. Because I don't know if I accidentally left the Tabasco bottle on the bag. I shouldn't have. It should be in the community room. You know, Tabasco sauce is really mild. The thing with Tabasco, though, is that it has a very slow burn. So it has almost no burn when you start tasting it, and then it slow burns and starts to cook. And the more of it you have, the more it starts to cook on your tongue. If Frank's is your idea of a good hot sauce, I might have to unsub from you, Dix. Yeah, Jack, like I said, I should have it because I know where it was last. But I will have to check. It's one of those things where I know I still have it. Just got to figure out where. Tabasco to lovers, slow burn, 500,000. Sirs uses hot sauce in bed, confirmed. No. Tabasco on eggs. Yes. Tabasco on eggs, yes. Very yes. Wait, Cyrus keeps emergency hot sauce in his outing bag? Is he going to be the next presidential candidate for the Dems? God damn it. Lucifer says, everyone, I found the blanket. Oh, Lucifer, since your name is Lucifer Morningstar, maybe you will appreciate this. This is a comic by an artist called named John Hammond, and it is The Falling Star. It is the story of the Bible as told from Satan's perspective. And it is good. Actually, his artwork is quite good. But he came out with this about a year or two ago. I just got my copy recently. I'd actually like to get this guy on the channel. Not John Hammond who made Jurassic Park. Different John Hammond. Different John Hammond. But yeah, this is available on Amazon. Would highly recommend it. And I am looking to actually try to get John on the channel at some point. Though, if you guys would like to see an interesting thing, he is working on his second comic. It is the second edition of that. But where is it? Hold on. Give me a second. Trying to find a thing. Are you sure it's a different John Hammond? Have you seen them in the same room? I haven't. I'm weak to hot sauce, so mild is basically extra spicy to me. That's fair. Hello, Real Sirius. Your imposer is fun. Read us bedtime stories ASMR. Maybe at some point. Sirius and/or mods. A link to the Evolutions blanket for anyone who wants it. Trying to remember how that other book was called or who wrote it, The Story of God from His Inner Voice. Pretty confused stoner kid. I have no idea. I'm trying to find... I guess I'll just go to Facebook. Fuck it, I guess. Facebook.com. If I can find John Hammond there. Where is it? Where is it? Ah! Found it! Found it. Okay, so would you guys like to see something neat? So I mentioned that I picked this up. I'd like to get the artist that made this on my channel at some point. And it is, you know, the story of Satan and the Garden of Eden and all that fun stuff. But, you know, from Satan's perspective, not from the perspective that the Bible generally gives. So, if you guys would like to see something very interesting, would you like to know who's going to be in the second comic? He reached out to me and asked me if I would be okay with my character representing Asmodial. So, Asmodial. Asmodial. And I said yes. So, yeah. I'm apparently going to be in a comic book. No, I'm not. I am not going to get royalties for that, nor am I going to ask royalties for that. I don't want an artist to pay me royalties for their work. Absolutely fucking not. They want it. They have my permission. They use my character in their stuff. I'm not going to ask for anything from it. I don't have a reason to. I don't know if he's going to wield a hammer, but we'll see. But no, I have no intention of asking for royalties. If they offer, then I'm going to deny. Like, I don't want an artist whose work is their own to pay me for the art they're doing. That just feels wrong. So no, that's not happening. Even if they offer, that's not happening. Does that technically count as fan art? Maybe? Yes, it technically does. So that feels Disney? A little bit. As a D&D character would be a druid that can summon a giant wolf and 5 cats. You're not wrong. If he asked for your permission in redrawing it, yeah, I'd say that's fan art. Ask if you're allowed to use it on stream. I mean, I might at some point. I might. Though currently I don't have a reason to. If Ken Ham asks, were you there? You can now say yes and point to this. Aha! Yes, I can. I can. So yeah. Not only would I suggest checking out his work and going to pick up the book on Amazon, I also am being featured in the next one too, so that's cool. I'm not getting anything from this, I just want to support people who do cool work, so yeah. Anywho, so the idea of the original Avatar actually came here. I'll fucking show you. You know what? Let's go do. Who wants to go into some deep fucking channel lore? Very deep channel lore. Give me an H in chat if you want to go into some deep channel lore. H. We have many. Okay, we need the chat to be very H. If the chat is not very H, we never go into channel lore. That is a lot of it. Okay, chat is very H. We've succeeded. We did it. We are at Channel H. Not Channel H, very H. There we go. Okay. Time for some awkward me from almost a decade ago. So this is the gaming channel. This is not what this is from. This is what this is from. You may recognize. You may recognize someone here. You may also recognize me without facial hair. So, you may, like I said, you may recognize this character just a little bit. So, this is an old project that I did called Top Tier Scrubs. Holy shit, how did this video get 5200 views? Jesus Christ. What? It's bad. It's so bad. This is so bad. This is such old bad content. Hold on.
You have early
There you go.
game
It's no longer
minions
on
in the
mute.
form of Nerubian eggs and Imp Gang Boss, and you have cards that will make them go for
It's
face
so-
stronger,
it's
like
so
Abusive
bad.
Sergeant and Ironbeak Aldecliffe.
But Jesus Christ, this video got 5,200 views on a 57 subscriber channel. Why? This one person, I like your energy as a caster. I just have more confidence. I hope to see more of you. Well, I can honestly say I have a little more confidence these days. But I'm not talking about card games as much. But, yeah, no. This is old school
Use the
me.
combo and
Let me see if I can find, where's my top 10 stuff? That's where the avatar was, that's what the avatar was commissioned for specifically. Top tier scrubs, state, Hearthstone, free to play, $15 Holo Tourney, free to play adventure. Where the fuck? Aha! Top 10 basic spells. There it is.
what's
Oh,
up, guys?
God.
Seriously,
God, I look even worse. No, kill it with fire. Jesus Christ. Okay, so do you know how long my channel intro is now? Okay, it's like 10 seconds maybe. It's a little long. Would you like to see what happened when I had no idea how to do a channel intro right?
comments below. Otherwise, we're gonna go ahead and roll the footage.
Like, this video took so long to start. This intro is so fucking long. I mean, like, it's not a bad intro, it just takes so long. So fucking long. It's an actual loading screen. Aha! And here's the first instance of this character being used.
Number 10.
It literally was used just for a top 10 list thing. It was so bad.
At number 10, we've got Fireball.
That wasn't Live and Learn. That was just one of the opener things that YouTube had free. I can't remember what it is. You remember that version of the sprite? Yeah, I know, right? This is where it first came in. This is where it first came in. This is so when you ask like where the character comes from, this is it. This is where this character came from. This channel that only ever capped out at 57 subs. That was my oldest, not my oldest project on YouTube, but one of my older projects on YouTube. this is where it comes from.
This card is super versatile in that it can be used to control...
I don't even know what I was doing here. What was this one?
And you haven't done them? Look, we already have fucking ants. Do you want them to move in and build a colony? If you don't want to get off the Hearthstone, just tell me.
Nope. Nope. Anyways. Yep, there's channel lore. You got it. Channel lore for the people who needed to know. That was a voice I didn't want to hear. That was the voice of my ex. That Cirrus looks like he looked into the future and was shocked by it. Maybe. Maybe. Said you looked surprisingly British. Jesus. Okay. So. That was fun. Cirrus gets a content strike from Cirrus. To be fair, depending on how you do a 10-second intro, can actually take 400 years. I'm getting... Look, Jack, it's okay. Wait, I'm curious. Now, I'm not going to go into that on stream. I'll talk to you later about that. Ow. So yeah, that is what I did in the beginning or earlier times on YouTube, and that is how I did the avatar. I literally, the avatar came from I was doing the channel without an avatar. I got into a Hearthstone game with someone who did commission artwork, and it was the first time I'd ever worked with a commission artist. They charged $50 for the avatar, spent $50, got the avatar, used it bit by bit, and then I never spoke to them again. I lost all contact with them. But it does turn out that avatar ended up becoming a lot more later. I didn't make the avatar. No, I paid for the avatar ages ago. Kamari says, oh my god, where did you get the Eevee tapestry? Somebody actually found the Eevee tapestry, but Jack and Quill, one of the artists who does stuff for the channel, he was the one who picked up the tapestry. In the beginning, there was top-tier scrubs. Then there was Cirrus. Then there was milk, and everyone was lactose intolerant. I also realized that my my audio was really low. Or really high, rather. Okay. With that said, let us get into the next topic. Finally! Topic, not topic. That's like the story of the student who drew the Nike swoosh for like $72. And then later got rewarded with stock shares as it became popular. Comrade Backpack, I am lactose intolerant as well. Would you like to know what I had for breakfast? Cereal. I had cereal. I am lactose intolerant. Give us toe pics. Quest update to chat menu, find original real Cirrus artist. Could I find them? That is a question. Can I find them? Let's see. Now I have to see if it was... if I had this conversation over Yahoo or over Gmail. Let's see. Fuck. What would I even search? When was this? Hold on. I don't get alt milk. I just drink regular milk. Okay, so we are on the lookout now. Yeah, we're gonna look at the date of the video. And let's see here. When did we get 5 years ago? 5 years ago. Okay. Top 10 Avatar, top 2 Scrubs, I don't know. Well, that's because this is all from here. So 5 years ago is when the first instances of the character are made. If that's the case, then I would need to go look through emails from 5 years ago. Fuck. Let me see. What if I just type in drawing? Cirrus doing numerology to find out when Cirrus was born. That is not outside of what we're doing. Okay. So... Nope. None of that. Latest projects. God, I want to find this now. It would be somebody that I had on Blizzard. Battle.net. I don't delete emails, but the thing is that the majority of these conversations did not happen via email. The majority of these conversations happened over Battle.net. Because this happened over Hearthstone. Was it 50? Nope. I am trying to find. I am on a quest to find this person. I wonder if they're dead. That would be real unfortunate. No, Battle.net does not keep DMs for that long. They don't. Unfortunately. But I could inquire. Please review the terms and service. I don't want to. Okay. Well, while all that is being figured out, what about the payment going out? Would you have a record of that? On PayPal, if PayPal keeps a record like that for 5 years ago, then maybe. Jack and Cool, what do you mean, what the fuck? Where did that come from? So if I haven't talked to somebody in years, it's pretty normal to wonder whether or not they're still alive. I've had enough people just, like, up and die when I wasn't looking, including family. Okay, activity. I need to look at activity from 5 years ago. Start date. Five years ago, this would have been 2016. PayPal only goes back to 2018. Fuck. So we can't go via PayPal activity. That's not going to work. Also, for those who are wondering about the evolution blanket, Lucifer Morningstar found that. You know, because I haven't talked to this person in ages, I am legitimately wondering if they're still alive. I'd like them to be, but I need to go to my friends list and see. I don't even know. I don't even remember what their name was on here. And this is the part that scares me sometimes. Offline for 2 years. Offline for 4 years. It's when I see stuff like this that I wonder whether or not, like, somebody's gone. And no, Dix, this is back before I actually had proper respect for artists and back before I had better decorum about artists, so I did not directly thank them in the video. This is back when I was still conservative. So back during this point in my life, my brain was wired in such a way that me paying the artist was thanking them. So I didn't shout them out or do anything. It may have also been that they asked me not to. I don't know, but I know what my mentality was at the time, and I know that's the justification I would have used back then. Unfortunately. Yeah, that is not the only example of my bad past. So, I want to fucking find this person, though. Because it's somebody who needs to be thanked. But I can't find them. I can't find it via email. Well, I guess we'll figure that out later. We tried. My brother used to follow him because he liked the format. See the game select rest. And then there was a suggestion above, maybe a PayPal receipt in email. That is an idea. Let me go check. Unfortunately, I can't show most of what I'm doing because I'm looking through private emails. But let's see here. PayPal. Come on, Yahoo Mail. Jesus Christ, it is so slow to load. It's hard to think you acted like that back then. I think the first time I saw you was when I started watching On Sequitur Mr. Atheist. To be fair, though, a lot of stuff happened between then and now that changed my perspective, changed how I am as a person. Like, I am not proud of the person that I was back then. And I unfortunately, I also know that that person was super stubborn and obstinate. So if I were to go back and try to communicate with them and try to change their mind, I know that I wouldn't be able to. Unfortunately. I'm trying. This is what Yahoo's doing for me, though. It's just completely frozen up. Like... There we go. Okay, PayPal, and let's see, how far back does this go? Let's go 2016. 2016. No one's used Yahoo in about 10 years. Fair. This has turned into the service identity. Next, we will be hunted down and killed by government agents. Skeletons of the closet, sir. Shouldn't have expected people not to have them. Yeah. All the PayPal transactions from 2016 appear to be in December. At least for now. Let's see. Can I view this statement? Can I view a statement from December 2016 and see if it will get me any more information? Thanks, PayPal. This statement of transactions is incredibly helpful. Thank you so much. This is amazing. I've gotten so much information from this. I have no idea what I would do without it. Hey, don't not ever use double negatives. I've learned nothing through this. I'm kind of upset now. And now it's not letting me search my email again. There we go. Okay. All transactions. Let's see. Get burned. Don't miss out. Hold on one sec. Hello? Oh, okay. One sec. I will run there right now. One sec. Okay. Which one of you guys sent the pizza? I had no idea we had a pizza. Well, thank you very much for the pizza. Okay. Now we can get into the next topic, I think. Because I can't find this. I guess it really doesn't hurt to show this. But, like, literally everything in PayPal for 2016 is just in December. I feel like there's missing data here. But I guess I don't know. I don't know how I'm going to find this particular artist now. I mean, fuck. That's one thing I could do. Notepad. Come to me. So if I do this, here's what I think I'm going to do. So, do you have any mutual friends at my dough? No. It was just a person I met randomly on Hearthstone. I don't have any mutual friends with them. But there we go. Okay, so we're gonna go with that. Tell me if this sounds right, because I'm gonna send this to everybody who's on my Blizzard friends list. I know this is gonna sound strange and random, but I'm looking for somebody and I've forgotten who it was. There's someone I commissioned an art piece from 5 years ago for a Hearthstone channel. I wanted to get back in touch with them and thank them, but I have no idea what their in-game name is anymore, and I've lost whatever emails may have helped me track them down. Thanks for taking the time to read this, but if you made channel artwork for a Hearthstone channel called Top Tier Scrubs years ago, please let me know. Does that sound right? Should I modify that in any way? Sounds good? Okay. I have to lower the amount here. I only have 256 characters to work with, apparently, so... I guess we'll just make it. This is going to sound strange, random, but I'm looking for someone and I've forgotten who it was. If you made channel artwork for a Hearthstone channel called Top Tier Scrubs years ago, please let me know. Yeah, we'll go with that. I'm sending... lots of messages to everyone. Sorry, this is taking a while. I'm trying to find this person. Every single one of my friends on WoW is going to have some spam at them. Okay, now I can't send messages anymore because I'm getting an error. I'm getting a spam error. So that's fine. There we go. Oh, well, we're getting hit with the spam error. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so I guess that means we can go ahead and get on topic. Now that we've gone through the saga of trying to discover our roots... God, that sounds like a fucking dog whistle. Like, it really sounds like a dog whistle. Start again later? Yeah. On. Okay. Don't forget your real heritage. Don't forget what they took from us. That fucking... just gotta go full dog whistle with it. Okay. Well, we've made an attempt to find this. So now... pastors. Ugh. So, does anyone remember the Trump prophecy? The idea that Trump was going to be the savior for the United States, delivered to us by Jesus. We were going to get at least 8 years of Trump, though there were certainly people who were advocating for more than that. Now, whether or not you subscribe to the Trump prophecy, I do have to at least wonder whether or not you guys know about it. Not the movie. The movie was based on the idea in the beginning. So, there were many prophets who said that Trump would be getting 4 more years, who said that, Jesus was on their side. So, my question is, what happens when those preachers, when those prophets have to face the reality that Trump is not their king nor president anymore? Well, we have a few bits of documentation from that. Let's find some of that here. So,
Pastor Hank, are you backing off?
No, in fact, I'm not. And something that Lance just said, you know, regarding the misery, we cannot forget the pattern of how God operates. There was so much misery and bondage and crying out from a communist government, the Egyptians. Under
all right, let's go ahead and start. So, when asked, are you going to back off from your Trump prophecy claims? And your position is that you're not going to back off of it because you're remembering the patterns and how God works and how the Jews were freed from Egypt and it was communist. Hank Kuhnman, I got a question. In what way was Egypt communist? Let's go ahead and begin with the definition. Communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. All right, cool. So, what was the state in Egypt? Oh, well, they had a governmental monarchy, so they had a state and a government. Okay, cool. Well, fuck. Did they have class? Oh, shit. Monarchy. Right. You're right. Never mind. They had a class system. Well, moneyless, I guess. Were they moneyless? No. No. So by the three metrics you would need for a communist society, you don't seem to have one. I like that from the chat from Panzer Hyena. Ah, yes. The classic communist utopia ran by... Checks notes. The Pharaoh. Okay. Let's continue this nuttery.
Under Pharaoh against the nation of Israel. And Exodus chapter 2 says, in fact, the actual reference, I believe, is verse 27.
Say anything about communism?
That God heard their cry, and he remembered his covenant. And I say that because God has remembered his covenant with America.
God has a covenant with America? Where in the Bible is that said? Can you please show me the verse in the Bible? Please, please. I'm waiting. I got it right here. Where? Where in this book does it say that there's a covenant with America? Where'd you get this from, Ronald Reagan?
And he's going to remember his covenant with America. And there is going to come an intervention of God regarding the fraudulent election.
The fraudulent election with no evidence of widespread fraud, especially not enough to change things over into Trump's favor. But, you know, go on.
Regarding the things that we've seen. So, no, I'm not conceding. But I did write something down, Pastor Gene, that I want to just make a couple references about that I think are important so that people understand why I am committing over the next few nights, weeks, to continue to stand and put my face out there. First of all, God has not spoken to me to repent, to concede.
So, if your reasoning for not backing off of a position that you have been proven wrong on is that, and I'm going to be a little insulting to some of the theists in the chat, and I am sorry for that, your imaginary friend did not tell you that you're wrong. Because I guarantee you there's at least one Christian in the audience who doesn't believe in the version of God that Hank Kuhnman believes in. Just if your reasoning is that God did not speak to you, you didn't get told by God that you're wrong. If you were to say 2 + 2 is 5, and you were to argue that God told you 2 + 2 is 5, and then it was mathematically proven to you, being that math is the only area we can actually prove things in, that 2 + 2 does not equal 5, would you then deny it still, based solely on the fact that you were told false information from a deity who you think is omnipotent? I don't want to go into the myriad of problems here. But I will go into a couple of them. One of them is, not only does this mean that there are other things that he could be wrong on, that if he simply perceives that God has not communicated to him about, they would automatically not be able to determine if something was true. But there's another thing that we need to get into where this is concerned. Where do you come up with the assumption that God is omniscient? Right? If you believe in things like free will, an omniscient God doesn't function. If that God knows you're going to do jumping jacks on Tuesday, what options do you have for Tuesday? Well, you're going to do jumping jacks. You don't actually have an option. You have an idea that you have an option. You have a wonderful illusion of free will, but you don't actually have one in a world where God is omniscient. If you believe in free will, you can't really believe in an omniscient God. Why does this matter? Well, for someone like Hank here, who I'm sure believes in free will as some kind of defense for evil in the world, if he has to give up the omniscience of God, then how would God know necessarily that Trump was going to win? If he has to give up that particular pillar. Either he believes in a God that fundamentally can't exist logically when squared with other beliefs, or he was misinformed by a God who's just as fallible as him.
To repent, to concede. And I'm asking that people afford me and others, other prophets, other believers, other pastors, intercessors.
What happens when two prophets of God prophesize two separate contradictory things?
That are standing right now to hear God's voice regarding it. And some of the demands for repentance that has happened, I think we're going to find has been a little bit premature because we're basing everything on an inauguration date. Now, inauguration date may, in fact, be important, and it's been consistent throughout history, but this has been unlike anything that we've seen. We're talking about foreign interference.
Wait, is he going to argue that the inauguration date is going to change? Because everything is topsy-turvy, therefore the inauguration date is going to change.
That can be proven, that I believe will be proven. We're also talking about a fraudulent election, so it makes the whole inauguration thing not be consistent. So therefore, if some are feeling like they need to repent, feel free to do so. And I want to go on record. This prophetic vessel is not afraid to repent if they needed to.
But you do need to, and you are afraid to. Like, you can argue that you would repent if you needed to, but you're in the position where you need to. You've already lost. You've been proven wrong. Now is the time to. It's like if somebody were aiming a gun at me, and I said if I was going to die, I'd know it, and I know I'm not going to die, and then you pull the trigger. Bang. I'm dead. All that platitude did was just prove that I'm a fucking moron. It didn't actually prove anything useful here.
Or to admit if they made a mistake. I have gone on record before when I've had to, make things right.
Then do it now.
Of something that I've said. So this is not a pride kick here. It's just, I feel...
Actually, it is. You believe that you're a vessel of an omnipotent deity. That's a pride kick, my dude.
Like we're putting so much emphasis on an inauguration date that the election has still some things that must be looked into, that will be looked into. And you can't tell me over hundreds or thousands of prophetic voices, intercessors, believers all missed it.
Yes, I can, because there has never been a point in time where a prophet has made a prediction that could not have been predicted by either science or circumstance. There's not a single time where a prophecy has come true where the prophecy was not incredibly vague so as to allow you to post hoc ergo proctor hoc your way into the prophecy, or the prophecy was made in such a way that that knowledge was already there and it just looked like a prophecy to outsiders. We do not actually have evidence of a prophecy coming true in reality. So, I'm sorry, Hank. Now would be the time to back down.
In other words, I believe God is saying we need to wait and stand and take a position like David. Is there not a cause? And here's what I would say. Come back and talk to me in 4 years.
Come back and talk to him in 4 years? So wait, let's pretend that this situation happens. You prophesied that Trump would beat Biden. Then Trump loses to Biden. And then in 4 years, Trump runs again, and you get to then prophesy Trump will win. Is this not a goalpost shift? This is seriously a goalpost shift.
You say that's ridiculous. Well, 4 years. You said President Trump would be reelected. He was. But come back and talk to me in 4 years. In other words, they thought Noah was a fool.
We don't have historical evidence of Noah ever existing, and the flood did not happen in the way it describes in the Bible. A global flood happening in the way it is described in the Bible would have wiped out all life on the planet and irreversibly made the planet uninhabitable. That is not what we saw happen with any amount of floods that have happened, period. Moreover, and more importantly, this is just a goalpost move. That's all this is. This is him saying that I will recant when I'm wrong, and then he's just being wrong and not recanting. This is posturing.
Noah prophesied something that had never been done in the history of the earth. He said it would rain, and the scoffers, the whole world was against him. You talk about a guy who the whole world was against.
The whole world wasn't against Noah. He didn't have that kind of... Do you think the fucking internet existed in Noah's time? Do you think the entire world knew who the fuck that old man was? Really? Do you think that? Do you think that the entire world, without mail, without telecommunication, without any way of knowing what the random-ass events are happening in a mountainside 20,000 miles that way, you think that people actually knew who the fuck this guy was, even if I grant that he existed? Really? That's a stretch.
It was Noah. They scoffed him, they rejected him, they mocked him. But in the end, they had prophetic blindness until God moved. And that's what's...
I love adults literally nodding their head at this. Yes, my fantasy happened. Yes, it's very true. Yes, I remember the story there. I do not engage in critical thinking. Let me go ahead and say right now, there's nothing wrong with being a Christian. There's nothing wrong with respecting the Bible. There is something wrong, however, with taking a look at things in the Bible that necessarily did not happen, and then using that to define your worldview now. That's where I start to hold issue, because now you're engaging in reality denial, and it is through that reality denial that more dangerous thinking comes into play. Like here, right now, you're literally using the story of Noah, a thing that could not have happened scientifically, and using that as your reason to argue that election fraud was definitely very, very real.
What's going to happen?
So, that is not the only prophet we have to get into, because while this is my first time covering Hank as a prophet, at least I think, there is one prophet that we all know very, very well. And he had some words about this. Not Prophet Azad. No, not him. He's cool. He doesn't make dumb mistakes like this. Welcome to the land of Cope, everyone. Population, Pastor Greg Locke.
I got full-grown pastors, okay? Full-grown men sending me text messages, sending me inbox messages, asking me when I'm going to repent and resign my church because I said Trump was going to win the election and Trump didn't win.
Well, Trump didn't win. And you probably should resign your church. I mean, one, it's a super spreader event. You actively get people hurt and killed. You actively get people disabled for life because COVID is a mass disabling event, not a mass killing event. But more importantly, maybe you should have an ounce of decency and retire what you're doing when you realize that you are so blatantly wrong and you bet your church on it. However, these people are massive cowards. What they do is, whenever they are proven to be wrong in any way, shape, form, or capacity, instead of admitting that they're wrong, as you saw with the pastor before, they tend to use this as an opportunity to move the goalpost. And I had no idea that the headphone issue was going to be as bad as it was. I will try to fix that in post.
Trump won by landslide, ladies and gentlemen.
How? He lost by over 6 million of the popular votes, and he lost by a great majority of the electoral votes. Greg, do you... If I were to sit down at a table with Greg Locke to have dinner, for whatever reason, I don't know what would possess me to do such a thing, but if I looked down at the table, would I see a table and he see a chair? When the food comes, would I see something to eat and he sees something to put in his butt? Is this just like the map of reality that Pastor Greg Locke and people like him use to determine what is and isn't true? I feel like it's so fundamentally warped that basic things that we assume they exist in a bizarro plane to these people. And it confuses me. Because you can say election fraud happened. Yes, cool. But you cannot argue that enough happened to change the status of the election. Not right now. Not with the evidence that exists.
Listen, I'm almost ashamed of these pastors and preachers and prophets that say, well, I'm going to have to apologize. No, you ain't got to apologize for nothing. He won single-handedly, hands down, biggest historical landslide. That's
Trump won single-handedly. Let's go ahead and break that down real quick. Would you like to know what happens when you run an election single-handedly? You lose. You want to know why? Because you need an ad campaign. You need campaign managers. You need people in Congress coming to bat for you. You need citizens willing to vote for you. Nobody wins an election single-handedly because the process of a democratic election requires there to be multiple hands involved in the process. Dumbass. Secondly, and probably even more importantly here, Trump did not win by a landslide. You are literally existing in a separate reality and using this reality to judge everything else on. Everything. And you're damn proud about living in a fantasy world. And you know what? As a guy who plays a copious amount of video games myself, I understand what it's like to brag about the things you do in fantasy worlds. But some of us need to make a distinction.
It's a factual deal, ladies and gentlemen. The man won.
No, he didn't.
I ain't apologizing to nobody for what I know in my spirit to be true.
You know, okay, and you know what's funny? When your epistemology puts things in the spirit, when your epistemology puts knowledge as a spiritual matter, reality cannot actually argue against you, because you can be wrong, but you go, I know in my spirit I'm right, or it's somehow my personal truth that he won. My definition of truth is very simple, and it's actually it was more simple before, but I have definitely taken some of it from Pelagia afterwards. Truth is that which comports with reality, as adjudicated by predictive power. Unfortunately, based on the amount of votes that came through, we can predict that Trump would not win. And the truth of the matter is he didn't win. And the reality is that he's not president. Based on my definition of truth, which I feel like is a fairly standard, usable one, he's not actually arguing truth.
I am not required by God to accept something and submit to something that I know is demonic and fraudulent.
Yes, the demonic Democrats. Also, thank you very much for everyone who just subscribed. Anthony Powell, Marble Man, Ben Levitt, and Symphonic Diem. And Clarice Tam, Jaden Stevens, Becky Seville, Joe Will, Eighth Mancer, holy crap, Mr. V, Gay Lonely Eric, 1982, Adam Hatchie, Jesus Christ, what is this? Ryan Sarpolis, I can't get through all these. Luger Emmering, Skeleton Sinner, Mikeos Sunderlandisis, Winnis C, Good Music TLC, Xperia Core, Ryan Sarpolis, and Adam H. I think I got them all now. I think I got them all now. Holy shit. Why are you guys all subscribing to me? This is torturing you. It's gotta be. Thank you very much for subscribing, but holy crap, that's a lot of people. Yeah, where in the Bible does it talk about fraudulent elections? That's a good question.
Hear that? You heard that from your pastor.
Why does it matter?
He is not my president and never will be until he wins an election the way the American election process is supposed to go. Somebody say amen up in this house.
Oh my god, that is so fucking boomer cringy. I mean, I'm going to be boomer cringy soon, but, you know, whatever. So, I got a question here. If he wins via the Electoral College, if he wins via the popular vote, if he wins after running his campaign like a dirty-ass politician, he's won... he's lost while running his campaign like a dirty-ass politician. Would it not be prudent to say that he lost the American way? The free market just decided they didn't fucking like him? I'm sorry, Greg, but I cannot jive with the version of reality that you are trying to advocate for, and I am so sorry that the subscriber amount, it just keeps on going up. Maybe this is the sign, though. If you haven't subscribed already, join Adam Hagee in subscribing, and whoever's going to pop up right after them in subscribing. That is a lot of people subscribing. Holy shit. But yeah, no, Greg. It is fun to sit down and bask in his copium. It really is. But I do have to wonder, at what point is he going to accept reality? Let me know in the comment section. Do you think Greg Locke's ever going to accept reality? Do you think any of these pastors who engaged in the prophetic visions of Donald Trump winning are going to accept the reality that he lost? Because let me tell you something. If they don't accept that reality, do you know it's a fun thing you can argue against them? Their God is apparently so weak that Dominion voting machines usurped their will. This just in, Dominion voting machines are iron chariots. We can subvert God's will with machines. Thank you all for watching. Hit the like button. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. Go into the description to see my Patreon and any other stuff you would like to do to support my channel if you want. And remember, hashtag voting machines are iron chariots. Oh my god. So many. It just keeps on going. Is it done? Is it done? There we go. There you go. Saris, play Pokemon with me? No. Not because I don't like you, but because I'm not playing Pokemon with anybody right now. Ugh. Jesus. So, prophetic pastors. I don't know what's up with the sudden influx. I'm gonna go check my channel numbers. What the hell happened? What is going on? What is going on? YouTube Studio, please. Let me see what is up with you. I'm going to be honest, I think half of it is this. I think half of it is the latest video performing stupidly well. Like, we've gained like 100 subscribers today. That's insane. I don't get those kind of numbers. Am I complaining? No, I'm not complaining. Do you know what happened last month? Here, I'll show you why I'm not going to complain at all. Here, let me show you exactly why I am not about to complain at all. Let me see if I can find those numbers. Okay, advanced mode. Access to group comparisons. Let's see here. Can I see it this way? Last 90 days? Is that the one to see? All right, cool. Now, would you like to see something absolutely, like, massively terrifying to somebody who does YouTube as a full-time job? You want to see something fucking terrifying? Here. YouTube apparently has some weird rules about what I'm allowed to show, so give me a second. I need to try to cut some stuff out of here. This is subscribers by video. The Coalition mentioned you a bunch of times right after Ali had a huge boom in subs. Nice! That might be part of this. And if it is, amazing. Give me a second to have this put where it needs to be. Hold on. All right, let's put this here. Is this where it's going? Yeah, it's fine. It'll go right here. Open original. Now I can show it. Yay, curated information. Cool. So, here's why I'm not complaining. So, here are my numbers. Subscribers by video. Okay? In November. So I had a dip, and then a spike, and then dip back down. My numbers on subscribers went down just a little bit. And then we go to December. Boy, look at the subscriber growth in December. Any of you who know anything about what graphs mean for businesses, just take a look at that and tell me what that would tell you. Just tell me what would happen to an entire firm if they saw growth do that. That fucking scared me. There's the first time the channel's ever lost subscribers in a month. Yeah, fear is what happens. This is absolute fucking terror. Right here. And then this month happens. And we are suddenly getting better numbers than in November. I'm at the top of the homepage? Wait, really? What? What are all the colors? It's based off various metrics. Some of these are revenue-based. Some of these are subscriber-based. And let me see. Let me see what it is on my end. No, I don't need to show you guys that. That's I already showed you guys this. The stuff that I want to pick up later, but I'm still not picking it up until my next paycheck. So don't try to convince me to pick all that shit up. Please. Okay, so those numbers are those let me see if I can't zoom this in enough to where it will curate things naturally. There we go. Okay. Boom. So, here's what those numbers mean. This is based on which videos have done well. So the green line is how many subscribers were gained just off of the Trump supporter TikTok video. The purple line is the subscribers that were gained off of the Gun Girl Says Dems Are Evil video. The red line is based off of the Trump Fetishist MAGA TikTok video. Now, the blue line here is the sub growth from the Gun Girl Caitlyn Bennett Melts Down video. And the yellow line here is the Call for an Uprising Lost a Video. My sub growth is almost entirely, apparently is almost entirely irresponsible to Call for an Uprising and Caitlin Bennett. Oh my god, guys! Can we thank Call for an Uprising and Caitlin Bennett? Because based on this alone, it looks like they are responsible for the channel's growth. Just them! Oh, that's crazy. That is absolutely bonkers. Bad Cirrus. No buying things until you have money for it. Well, yeah, that's why I'm waiting until my paycheck. Can you donate $5 to BLM for either of them? Over and above the $3,000 that I already raised for them? Let's see. I don't know if I can donate in somebody else's name, because I think it donates, at least from what I understand, if I were to do a PayPal donation, it would go through as me, like my real name, because that's attached to my PayPal. I think I would have to make a new PayPal and send it that way. Mr. Facepacer says, I know what it's like to have projects. I'm in the middle of my fully customizing my short AK at the moment. Facepacer, I got a question. So, what type of stock would you recommend? Because this stock is on a standard buffer tube. And I like this stock, but I would not mind having a custom stock on this, like a nice rubberized stock. If you know anything about if you're customizing an AK right now, what stock would you recommend for a buffer tube rifle? Okay, thank you. Cirrus Gun Girl is big in online political discourse, and she was trending, so the algorithm might suggest your video to people. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's trending. That's why. Let's see here. Let's see. Ragnar says, Sirs, how did you fix your gun? Oh, simple. So I took the entire thing apart again, and then I took a razor knife. It's in the other room, actually. I used it to cut drywall recently. I used a razor knife, and I went in and actually shaved out all of the paint that was clogging up the internals. And I reseated everything in, because when I took everything apart, I didn't seat it properly, and there's a catch mechanism in here that I broke, and I had to go back and reseat it so that it was not broke. But now it does work, and I'm so fucking happy about it. It's also modded, so it hurts to prime now, but I mean, the power we get out of it now. I wonder how well this is going to catch on the audio. So, funnily enough, would you like to know where that bullet landed? In my crotch. Of all the places that ammo could have landed. Cirrus hurts to prime, it hurts to be hit. I mean, yes. It will hurt to be hit by this. That's okay. I have a list of people I'm going to fire at. The list includes people like Ocean. Do I have the analytics on how many people shared the video? Because that can also cause an uptick. I don't think I do. I don't think I have a way of reading that on analytics. Is that buffer tube the size of a standard AR buffer tube? Yes, Locke. It's a standard AR buffer tube. Sam says, thank you for the little bit of sanity in my day. I'm at work right now and have to listen to residents say they wouldn't care if Biden got hit by a bus due to how radical he is. Oh yeah, the radical centrist capitalist. Very, very radical for the United States. But thank you very much for the $10 donation, Sam, and I'm glad to give you a little dose of sanity, even though my version of sanity apparently is messing around with my hyperfixations. Yeah, radical, lel. But yeah, it is a standard AR style buffer tube. There we go. And while I like the one that came with it, I would not mind eventually having the gun, like, fully custom. But I also don't want to spend a bunch of money making it fully custom. I would rather make it custom on a budget, because I don't have enough money to make it anything else. Who knows? One day, maybe I'll be bourgeoisie, and then I can talk about the evils of myself. I'm kidding. I'd rather that never fucking happen. Please and thanks. There are Chrome extensions that let you see that vidIQ being the first to come in mind. I have vidIQ, but it doesn't show me that. Not that I've seen. I could ask around for a 3D printer, maybe make something custom. Ah, fuck, you're right. Well, I actually do have a 3D printer that I'm going to be getting, but I'm getting it next month when I can afford it. Like, I can't afford it right now, but I can show you guys what I'm looking at. This is what I am looking at, or one of the things I'm looking at right now. This is a... this was recommended to me by Telltale. It is a Creality Ender 3 3D printer. It has basically a 6-inch by 6-inch build plate. Though I don't know if this will make something like this without issue. Should, maybe? At least I hope so. And I want it mainly because it was recommended to me by a friend who I trust, and also it's on sale. But I don't know when that sale ends. If that sale ends by the time I can afford it, that would kind of fucking suck. But anyway, I am going to be picking that up. So one of the things I'm going to try to do as well is not only make stuff for my hobbies, but also try to make stuff for the channel. So we'll see how that goes. What's the D word number at? Are we almost at 42069? Let's find out. The D word number, we are at 239.16. So we've lost our 69 at the end. That is a shame. But we are at 239. Like, holy shit. Does YouTube put you through serious checks of any kind to be monetized? Yes. So before you're allowed to be monetized as a YouTuber, you have to have 4,000 hours of watch time. You have to have 1,000 subscribers, and then YouTube reviews your channel to determine whether or not you're eligible to be monetized. For me, the review process took about a month and a half. For Prophet of Zod, the review process took about a year. But once you're reviewed, then you're golden. The D word is donation. So, yeah. Meow. Boom. Okay, so what do we have left on the docket today? Do have a couple things I want to talk about. Show poops. I mean, give me a sec. Where is it? Where is it? Do. Download. Like, fine. There it go. Fine. You want the... There. You got it. We did it, everybody. We saved the world. Well, you said the D word. Good thing I enjoy the content. Well, thank you very much for the $4.99, Allison R. I have a question, sir. So you hear about the last-minute pardons Trump did? And if so, why would he do that? So the last-minute pardons he did were for, like, the Blackwater people, right? Why would he do that? Because he's a scumbag. That would be why. That would be why. Like, unfortunately, that's functionally where you get. Legal actually did a very good episode on that, though. Yeah, he didn't get Steve Bannon. He's hoping to stay financially upright after leaving presidency. Yeah. So just looking at a Magpul stock for about $30, one of those standard open triangle ones that they make. Oh, cool. Trump did get Steve Bannon now? Oh, cool. He pardoned Lil Wayne. That one was weird. He didn't pardon Tiger King, though. Found out my representative isn't half the GOP job I thought he was, but he's still a neocon and inferior to Peter Mayer or any Democrat. If you're inferior to a Democrat, isn't that kind of just like ultimate cuckery? That said... why am I yawning? You know what? Give me one sec. We might as well go ahead and engage with the pizza. I'm sorry I made you yawn. It's not my intention. Okay, come here, pizza, please. Oh, small piece? Is there a small piece? Did they cut any of these small? No, they didn't. Ah. I showed skin. Awful. Cancelled. There we go. Okay. Patrick said, did I hear the D word? Damn it, Patrick! Damn it. What are my thoughts on China YouTube? Do you mean like the rabid censorship they do over there? Not a huge fan of it. Can you get a slice of pizza? Sure thing. Here, I'll just chuck it right at you. I'm sorry, Brian. Look, if you want pizza, you can fight me in Smash Brothers. So, Brett Cohen, if that's something you desperately need to see, then tune into the Twitch streams. Because on Twitch, I actually have a function where you're able to spend channel points to make me exercise. I do have Mario Kart, Brian. Wait, Jack, you didn't know about the exercise button on Twitch? When people spend 700 channel points, they can make me exercise. This is Papa John's. It's the only place that Treat Stream lets me get delivered. Like, and stuff on Grubhub. No, you cannot get a toe pick button. God damn it. No, Jatomatic, I've actually got 2 more topics to cover today. I'll still be live for a little bit longer. Homemade pizza's pretty good. Tell you what, I will sing for donations once I have the VTuber avatar. Did you know pizza makes your semen taste bad? No, I didn't, but then again, I'm not the one who has to find out. How about a go vegan button? No. By all means. I will eat vegan dishes, but my diet is not a vegan diet. Are you sure you want to give us the power to make you sing? Okay, look, so here's the way that I view it. If I lock singing behind donations, and I make sure the donations are like $10-ish, then it locks enough people out from making me sing, I hope. Because I have a left-wing audience, and a left-wing audience should usually be, like... I don't want to say more poor, but, I mean, I'm a poor lefty, so I guess that makes sense. I could put it in such a way that people could not make it happen. At least not that often. But then there'd be just some freaking, like, random bourgeoisie person who would come in and go, I support this, suffer. So never mind. Never mind. Maybe that's not a good idea. So does that count if we donate through PayPal? Well, so the Super Chat stuff and PayPal donations and everything, they're all technically in separate categories. Sing only tanky songs, but I'm not a tanky. Exploit? Here's the strategy. Here's the leftist strategy for taking down the bourgeoisie. Set monetary goals for things that that they want to see us do, but set them so astronomically high that only people who are bourgeoisie can actually afford it, so that we siphon money from the bourgeois class down to the proletariat. That will be the strategy. VTubing streamers will take down capitalism by siphoning the money down. Jack Quill says, no, you're right. Nobody will donate. You should definitely make that an option. God damn it. Thank you very much for the $10 super chat. It turns out the missing ingredient from trickle-down economics was VTubers all along. Is furry porn praxis? Yes. We need to trick them to spend money on triggering the lips. God damn it. Now I have to chew for an inordinate amount of time. I'm so sorry. If I could have any VTuber on as a guest, I have no idea. See, the thing is that I'm not super plugged into that community. Not yet, anyway. So, I don't know. As I don't have a list to begin with, I wouldn't be able to populate the list. Praxis, okay, so praxis is the practice of applying theory to real life. So, if you're a socialist in theory, praxis would be campaigning for workers' rights. Yes, sir. Already had Miss Peapon. I already had a VTuber on. Like, praxis is just action. It's just applying theory to action. It doesn't necessarily mean just in politics, though. Like, if you understand art theory and then you start creating art, you are engaging in art praxis. So, like, that's all it is. It sounds like practice, because that's what it is. Update, I see one monetized channel that was showing live protesters on it, and there was a ton of abuse in the chat. Thus, no evidence of a major YouTube review as such. Ugh. Would making $1,500 a week with furry porn be praxis? I mean, technically speaking, radicalizing VTubers is praxis. Yes, radicalize VTubers. Radicalize them into workers' rights spouting socialists. Here you go. 10 out of 10. Ugh. Locke, are you still in the chat? Why the fuck you playing Genshin Impact right now? Sorry. I had to. I had to call you out for playing Breath of the Waifu, not that I don't have 100 hours in it. Is making a sandwich praxis? It depends, Jack. Are you making a Subway sandwich? Because they do call their workers sandwich artists. Could be. There's an interesting convo about whether Shep staying at Fox News was immoral. His position was that it was more moral for him to stay, trying to have at least 1 hour of actual news. Do you think it's possible that there was no real review process as such? So here's the thing with the review process. When YouTube does their review, they don't have the same person review each time. One person could review your content and say that it's not monetizable, and then 3 months later when you try again, they might review your content and find that it is monetizable, even though nothing functionally has changed. So it depends on the individual. I've had it happen on videos too, where I'll have two of the same video, exact same video, just with like an editing error, and the video's monetized when I make it, and then when I fix the editing error and re-upload, now it's demonetized. And it's the same video, and I can send them in for manual review, and a human determines via manual review that one was okay and one was not. It just depends on which human's looking at it. At least that's what my experience has been with it. Kind of random question. What's your thoughts on Dungeon Dice Monsters? I wish that it had been more successful. I really do, because I like the idea of Dungeon Dice Monsters. So I would have preferred if that had actually like worked way better. Apparently it got way more popular in Japan, but then in America it was bad. Like Dungeon Dice Monsters in Japan, the dice actually folded out into the playing pieces. Dungeon Dice Monsters in America, we got like little like cardboard things to lay down. It was horrible. Did I know Laren King died? Yes, I did. I did. Do you think it might be because they only had 3 episodes in the anime? No, because it was widely more successful in Japan. So my thought is that it wasn't that it only had 3 episodes in the anime, though that is a factor, yes. I think the biggest issue is just how it was handled here. Like Digimon. Digimon's never not been popular, but the Digimon card game in America had different rules than the Digimon card game in Japan, and it suffered as a result here. We're getting a relaunch of it in a couple weeks, but, you know. Japan does games better, change my mind. I can't agree with that because I have so many Western games that I like too. How do those people actually do the monetization review process from Eagle? That is a good question. YouTube does not give non-vague guidelines on how they do it. Digimon, you mean Pokemon? No, the Digimon card game had different rules in America than it did in Japan, and then it had a bad launch as a result. The launch of the relaunch of Digimon comes out in a few weeks. I'm not kidding, Brian. We have a new Digimon card game coming out. Non-vague guideline. How do you mean? So here. Moreover, my question comes, why are you asking me and not a YouTube representative? But secondly, here is the rules on YouTube's website, specifically. We won't tell you what you can create on YouTube, but we do have a responsibility to do right by our viewers. If you are in the YouTube Partner Program, you can earn money through YouTube. To make sure we're rewarding good creators, we review your channel before you're accepted in the YouTube Partner Program. We also constantly review channels to make sure you're meeting all of our policy guidelines. You may be liable to pay taxes on your earnings from YouTube. Find out more below. You can make money on YouTube through the following features: advertising, membership, merch shelf, super chat, and premium revenue. Each feature has its own set of eligibility requirements on top of subscriber count requirements. Ad revenue. Here's the advertiser-friendly content guidelines. Not to be an asshole, but here. There are the advertiser-friendly guidelines. That is what they use to determine whether or not something is monetizable. I do not mean to be a dick, but I am not YouTube. I know about these things in broad strokes because it's my job, but I don't know of every single particular because that's their jurisdiction, not mine. Do I depreciate your computer for tax purposes? I mean, I'm going to have to. I can't afford $4,000 in taxes, and that's functionally what I'm going to be paying, so... The Fauci ouchie. Yeah. All right. Pokemon cards all the way. Too bad the new decks suck. Wait, Little Miss Tink, how do the new decks suck? Because, like, I have modern Pokemon decks. I don't think they suck that much. That said, let us get into the next topic here. This one is... This video is going to be about Braxton Hunter, and it's about his video entitled, Before You Interact with Another Atheist, Watch This. And it's not to poison the well, but it's basically arguing that there's two types of atheists. The kind that don't know what would convince them, and the kind that have some criteria of what would convince them, and the types of arguments to have with both. And I have some disagreements with this video, so we're going to go ahead and play and see where we get.
I recently received a question from one of our supporters regarding certain kinds of atheists with whom they interact on social media, who are overly confident in their positions and only respond with bombastic language and rhetoric. This individual was stressed out, not because of the strength of the atheist arguments, but I get the impression he wanted to continue to present the gospel as a Christian should, but felt like it wasn't doing any good with this kind of person. Now, not all atheists are like that, and that's important. But the question is, should you spend your time interacting with people like this? I think one key to figuring this out is to look at why atheists in general debate at all, whether that is a formal on-stage debate, an online debate, or a text-based debate on social.
So here's the thing, and Freya has it right in there. So there's a distinction that is not made where Christianity is concerned in regards to atheism, but this does work with this does work a little more in polytheism. So polytheism has an idea called personal gnosis, unverified personal gnosis. Freya just pointed out it's UPG in the chat. And unverified personal gnosis is, let's say you had a divine revelation. You believe it's a divine revelation. Or you had an instance where you believe you've interacted with a deity. Or you just had a very strong feeling. These are things that, through a polytheist framework, note, I'm an atheist, but the language does work very well here. These are things that would be considered unverified personal gnosis. They are personal things that you have experienced. They are things that you have knowledge of, but they are unverified. There's no way to assume them. The thing that we have used in the atheist community a lot is to say that revelation to person A is always necessarily hearsay to person B. Now, there is another concept in polytheism that I don't agree with as much, and that is the verified personal gnosis, where you have multiple people experiencing the same thing, and I don't necessarily agree with that one myself, but that's why I'm an atheist. But then we have Praxton here, who's arguing that his own experiences, or his own essentially sharing of the gospel, which is necessarily someone else's UPG, should be enough to convince someone, but there's some atheists that it's not, and this is apparently a problem. So,
social media. I recently conducted a social experiment in which I asked atheists 10 questions about their atheism. And
now, I do want to point out that I did a video in response to Braxton Hunter's 10 questions for atheists. And when he says that this was a social experiment, what it leads me to believe is that these questions were not asked in good faith. Because if you're asking the questions because you're honestly looking for knowledge, that's one thing. But if you're asking the questions as part of a greater design, that leads me to believe that some of the questions may have not been asked in the best of faith. And if that's the case, then that's a little bit scummy. But we will continue.
And I learned some things. There were some things that I had heard many times before. But in the last video I released in that series, responding to what they had to say, I learned some things, or some things struck home with me like they never have before. Not just in the video, but also in the comments and how people responded to the question and the video itself. As a result, I've come to a conclusion about this that might be helpful for you in deciding when to debate, again, whether that's a text-based social media discussion or a more formal debate of some kind. So why do atheists in general debate? Some atheists debate because they think there are actually good arguments for the non-existence of God. Incoherence arguments like the omnipotence paradox, the omniscience paradox, or various arguments from evil have been classically put forth to argue and to show that there is no God.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and say right now that if you are an atheist and you use the omnipotence paradox to argue that there is no God, then you're already using the omnipotence paradox wrong. Those arguments do not argue against the existence of a God. They argue against the existence of a very particular, defined type of God. A God that necessarily has omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence cannot necessarily exist because these three individual factors end up contradicting each other in various ways. That does not suddenly mean that a God doesn't exist. Please mind as well that I am an atheist. I don't believe a God exists. But I am going to steel man arguments. I am going to bend over backwards to try to make sure that the arguments are represented in good faith. If an atheist is trying to make these arguments and their position is that these prove God doesn't exist, they're working from a very narrow framework. They've probably only been introduced to Abrahamic deities that have these omni properties.
If If you believe that's a truth about the nature of reality, then it makes sense that you would test those arguments by presenting them to others, specifically religious people, to find out how they respond. Some other atheists debate because they want to hear the best reasons to believe in God, and they want to see how their responses to those arguments might fare. However, what I've realized in a new way over the past 24 hours since making my last video is that there are some atheists who freely admit that they don't know what it would take to convince them. But if there is a
So I'm going to go ahead and say right now that if we're going to be in the realm of philosophy, nobody knows what it would take to convince them. And let me explain why. Knowledge is necessarily belief that happens to coincide with ontology, or knowledge that coincides with truth. You can believe you think what will convince you, but to actually know it would require the thing happening and then you actually, it being demonstrated to you one way or another, if that was the case. That's not what we really get here, because almost everything that somebody would need to convince them that a god does or doesn't exist, especially an omnigod, are things that just exist as things that are impossible in reality right now. If I were to give an example, if I were an atheist in the Stone Age and a theist in the Stone Age were to ask me, what would it take for you to agree that God exists? And I would to say, if you could instantly summon fire, well, then a Bic lighter would be enough to convince me. If I said that a human attaining flight, that would be evidence of a god existing. And then, of course, we have airplanes now, helicopters, and other methods of humans attaining flight. This is why I don't like it when people even have defined parameters for what would convince them that God exists, because by using those defined parameters, all it takes is technology advancing to a certain point for you to suddenly agree. Like if you say reviving the dead would mean that this was the intervention of a god. But then you point out that no, we've just developed technology that reconstitutes the cells and restarts the brain waves via electrical pulses. That's just technology doing its thing. But your criteria was reviving the dead, and functionally, that technology did that. Your criteria has been met, but you have not met a god.
God, he would know, and he would do it for them. And since God hasn't done that for them, either he doesn't exist or he doesn't care to give them that information. When these atheists debate, based on the way they think about these things, there is nothing that their opponent can possibly say that will persuade them. Let's call this type of person Atheist B. We'll get to Atheist A in a minute. Atheist B will go so far as to say that almost anything, no matter how tangible, no matter how obvious an interaction with the supernatural or the divine.
So how would you know that an interaction is obvious with the supernatural or the divine? You can assume things, yes. But here's the problem, Braxton. One, I already hold umbrage with saying that these atheists simply cannot be convinced. The mere fact that you are not creative enough to convince these atheists is your own problem. However, the secondary issue is that these atheists, while they might not be able to be convinced, well, let's go ahead and hear what he said one more time so that we can get this right the first time.
Atheist B. We'll get to Atheist A in a minute. Atheist B will go so far as to say that almost anything, no matter how tangible, no matter how obvious an interaction with the supernatural or the divine, it could merely be a hallucination, a delusion, or the result of some advanced civilization like aliens using advanced technology to deceive them.
Which are all true statements, but the issue here is that you say things like, no matter how obvious. Now, for something to be obvious, I have to have a prior version of this to reference. When we are humans, we visualize things, we understand things as they compare to others. Why do I know what blue looks like? Because I've seen something that's been described as blue and I accept that it's blue. Why do I know what something that's cold feels like? Well, because I've experienced cold and I can reference back to that knowledge at any point. If you have never had an interaction with the divine, under what criteria would you say that something was obviously an interaction with the divine? This type of language assumes that somebody has a framework to work with to begin with, and under my epistemology, effectively nobody does. But Braxton apparently thinks that these things can be obvious.
This is why even a personal appearance from God wouldn't be good enough. It could simply be a delusion or a hallucination.
Well, yes, if I were to show a screen to somebody 500 years ago, and that screen were to have someone pop up on it and do any matter of special effects, they would assume that, oh, this is either witchcraft or this is a deity of some kind. The mere fact that I cannot explain it right now does not suddenly put it in the realm of the supernatural.
If an asteroid strikes the moon and suddenly it is written in Hebrew and Greek, God exists, it's not good enough. It could be
So, can I ask you something, Braxton? If we had technology that allowed us to inscribe on the moon right now, would that not invalidate this argument? Technology that after an asteroid hit the moon, we could then carve into the moon with what we've got. Well, considering that we can fire lasers at the moon right now for the purposes of reflection, there's nothing saying that we would not be able to do the same thing but at a higher power and frequency so as to carve a language into the moon. This is something that is already demonstrably doable with the technology available right now. It's just a matter of timing. You bring up an argument, you bring up an example of something that we can do with today's technology with just a little refinement.
aliens using advanced technology. Perhaps if God appeared to millions of people at once, that would be good enough. At least then we could check with each other to confirm what we saw. Nope, that's not good enough either. That could merely be the aliens again, putting on a real display, trying to trick us to believe that there is a God.
So, if I was part of an advanced civilization, let's say that my civilization had achieved the ability to fly airplanes, the ability to move cargo great distances, and I displayed that ability to a group of people whose civilization had not developed those technologies yet, would I be seen as a god? Well, I don't have to actually answer that with a hypothetical, because we actually have a real-life example of this right now. If any of you have done any research on cargo cults, or the god of John, I believe is the particular deity that they've worshipped, we actually have an example of this existing right now. People who see technology that is sufficiently advanced above them don't have a real way of distinguishing between supernatural divine and technological mundane. These are functionally the same thing to somebody who has no framework. I know what a computer can do, so when a computer does something that is within my realm of understanding, it doesn't faze me. But if I show that to somebody who's not developed so much as a large calculator yet, the things that a computer is able to accomplish are indistinguishable from magic, if magic exists within their framework.
That the supernatural exists. So, of course, with all of that, the arguments and evidence that Christian apologists will present in something like a debate will never be good enough. But obviously, this is a level of skepticism that the average citizen does not have. If you ask the
And here is the part that is going to sound a little bit predatory.
Average citizen who happens to be an atheist, if they would believe, if they saw an ocean parted in Jesus' name, they would say, yes, of course I would. If you ask the average citizen whether riding on the moon or a personal encounter with God would be enough for them to believe, they're going to say yes. If you ask them whether logical arguments in principle might convince them, many, if not most of them, are going to be open to that. Let's call this atheist, Atheist A. So what does this mean?
Well, from what it sounds to me already, this means you've identified the type of atheist that you can engage in what I'm going to lovingly call predatory Christian practices on. They have a lower threshold of what would convince them, so you would use that lower threshold of what would convince them to prey on that. I'm not saying that Braxton would be the type of person to do this, but let me give you an example of a thing that I had been told in church before was a good thing to do. If somebody was in a moment of vulnerability, if somebody was in a moment where a family member had died or a terrible thing had happened, they said, that's your moment. God, they need God right now. Now is your time to pray for them. Now is your time to try to bring them to the Lord. And while that sounds like you're trying to be good faith, while that sounds like you're trying to be loving and helping, in reality, what you're doing is being predatory. What you're doing is you are looking at someone who is in a state of vulnerability and has a lower threshold of what would convince them because of that state of vulnerability, and using that in order to influence them, manipulate them. Now, Braxton has not specifically said, take somebody who's in a moment of vulnerability, but what he has done is noted that if somebody has a lower threshold for their epistemology, things that they would verify to be true, go ahead and take advantage of it. I find that a little disturbing.
means there is a huge difference between what atheist A, the average citizen who happens to be an atheist, considers to be good and bad evidence, and what atheist B considers to be good and bad evidence. In my last video, I discussed a hypothetical that was presented to Matt Dillahunty by Mike Licona in their debate. In that hypothetical, Mike imagined, what if my head were decapitated, and after, let's say, an hour or so, my head was reattached without human involvement, and I began to tell you, Matt, about an experience, a conversation I had with one of your deceased friends or relatives, a conversation that you only would know about, you and this other friend or family member.
So I'm going to go ahead and say right now, this would also be predatory because you are now preying on somebody's emotions towards their deceased loved ones.
Would that be enough to convince you that something supernatural had happened? Here's an example of Atheist B that showed up in the comments section to that video. So having evidence an event occurred does not mean you have evidence of the cause. So I believe that I seen someone head get completely cut off and then reattached. That would, and I think they meant to say wouldn't, make me believe a God exists. And this is not because I have an unreasonable expectation of what would convince me that a God exists. Supernatural things exist or supernatural events occurred for a number of reasons. This would be from that alone, we would not have evidence of the cause. First,
true. This would be, if you were to say, yes, your head reattached, that was necessarily God's involvement, that would be an example of the fallacy post hoc ergo propter hoc. This thing happened now, therefore it must be because of this thing that happened before, or this thing that I have ascribed to it from beforehand. The mere fact that a thing happened that coincides with what your epistemology argues does not mean that that lines up with ontology. It doesn't mean that the fact that you think something is personally true, the mere fact that the things that are required under your epistemology to make something true does not mean that ontologically, or in reality, that is the case. Imagine a conspiracy theorist who sees prophetic patterns everywhere they go, and he needs thing A, B, and C to happen, and then thing D will necessarily follow. So thing A, B, and C happens, and then thing D doesn't necessarily follow. His world is shaken up. At least if he's an honest conspiracy theorist, not that we have many of those, his world is completely shaken up because his entire epistemology has been undermined. Thing D should have necessarily followed, but it didn't. And this is because it doesn't matter that his personal epistemology argues that A, B, and C leads to D. A, B, and C might lead to Q. Reality is often disappointing.
We don't have evidence that can or has occurred. If that happened, do we have evidence that the only possibility of the cause was supernatural? Do we have some technology that I am currently unaware of that could do this? What if there is some more advanced technology from other life in the universe that could do this? I would say believing I have evidence a God exists would convince me a God exists. But because we don't know everything, we would have to consider, is there a natural process that we don't know about is the cause? Is there some advanced technology that we don't know about? And this is why some atheists will say they don't know. And if an all-powerful and all-knowing God exists, that God would know. Your question actually assumes a God exists. If no God exists, there could not be evidence a God exists, and your question is nonsensical. So seeing someone's head get cut off and then reattach.
So that, I don't actually follow the logic at the end there, but let's see what Braxton says.
An hour later, involving that person telling someone about an experience of an afterlife they had and information from a conversation that that person alone would know about this deceased friend or loved one, might not be evidence for God or isn't evidence for God because it could be aliens using advanced technology or someone else using an advanced technology. Atheist B has an epistem.
Yeah, there's no way to determine if an advanced technology is being used or not. You have no way of verifying that. You don't. You know, would you like an example of this? A real world example? Here, let's get a real world example here. So, what's the guy's name? I can't remember his name for the life of me right now, but there was a pastor who got exposed by Sam Raimi. Not Sam Raimi. Wow, I'm dumb. Anyway, there was a pastor who got exposed because he was hearing various prayers that people had, and he would know what those prayers were, and he would point to people and say that he knew what their prayers were, and he would even voice the prayers to them. There's no way he could have known that. Peter Popoff, there you go. Thank you. Peter Popoff. Peter Popoff, what he would do is he would hear through the voice of God what people's prayers were, and he would go, yes, God will be in your life soon. I know you're struggling on that test. Or, God is going to come to your door soon and help. I know it's hard dealing with the loss of a loved one. And people would feel like, oh my God, the Spirit of God is in him. He knows what I'm thinking. He knows. James Randi. I don't know why I said Sam Raimi. James Randi. my brain. And people had freaked out. Well, James Randi decided to test this out, and what he found was that the wife had taken stock, either via eavesdropping or by asking directly, of everybody's personal wishes, everything that people needed in the congregation. And she had done this decently discreetly. And what she did is she had not Kenneth Copeland, though he's a scumbag too, had Peter Popoff put a line, advanced technology, put a line in and wire him up so that he could hear her through a hidden earpiece. And then he would then do his shtick because the wife would be reading off of note cards what the individual people's prayers were. Now, let me ask you something. Is that not a real-life example, a demonstrable example of people not being able to tell the difference between a natural event happening with the use of advanced technology or a supernatural event? As it turns out, we as human beings are pretty freaking awful at figuring this stuff out. And James Randi, being the skeptic that he was able to expose Peter Popoff for this. Now, Braxton can hold umbrage with this, but the fact is we have real-life examples of this happening, and it's why skeptical people come to the conclusions that they do.
That people like Matt Dillahunty have chiseled out over years that prevents them from accepting as good evidence what Atheist A would consider fantastic evidence. So again, with Atheist B,
because Atheist A might not have actually constructed a very solid epistemology, and without that kind of foundation, Atheist A is more susceptible to predatory Christian practices. That is not a point in your favor. That actually makes you look like a scumbag.
There is conceivably nothing that a Christian apologist could present to them that would persuade them to believe that God exists or that Christianity is true. With Atheist B, then, we have to ask the question, why do they debate? One possibility is that they enjoy debating, and so they debate as a hobby. This is certainly true with many atheists, and it's consistent with some of the other reasons one might debate. It could be that a given atheist or a given Christian debates because it will get them views on their platform. It could be that Atheist B debates to shore up his or her base, to help convince those who are already atheists of how silly Christian arguments are.
I wonder if we have an example of somebody who does that, Braxton. Do we? Awkward.
But I think the most obvious answer for why many people we could call Atheist B do debate is because they want other people to understand that they shouldn't believe on the basis of theistic arguments or Christian arguments. Just like the Christian has a position that Christianity is true, that we want other people to accept, Atheist B has a position as well, his or her epistemology, the one that doesn't allow you to consider almost anything as good evidence for God. And just like the Christian presents, proclaims, and defends his position, Atheist B will present, proclaim, and defend their position, their chosen epistemology. When they debate a theist or a Christian, they aren't necessarily showing what's wrong with that argument. They're showing what their epistemology says about that argument.
So here's the thing, though. If you were to accept this particular line of thought as true in all situations, then nobody can necessarily prove anyone else wrong. There's the thing, though. Here's the thing. You can prove that somebody's wrong. Well, mathematics aside, you can show that somebody is incorrect, or somebody's come to an incorrect conclusion, or done something illogically, something that doesn't follow from another. It's not always just based on epistemology. There are some certain things like, again, logic, and I'm talking about mathematical logic, that exists outside of epistemology. If you determine something to not be the case or not necessarily follow via logic, whether or not your epistemology says one thing or another about the truth claim doesn't factor in as much as you might think. But, go on, I guess.
Just like the Christian has a message he wants to proclaim, promote, and defend, so does Atheist B. He or she has a position, a message that they want to promote, defend, and proclaim. The gospel of their epistemology. And even though you'll often...
The gospel of their epistemology. Okay, so this is a thing that we see, not saying that Braxton is a young earth creationist, but this is a thing we see young earth creationists do pretty frequently whenever they try to argue that atheism is a religion or any other number of these. They'll go, it's indistinguishable from a religion, even though we don't have beliefs and faith and any of the other hallmarks that you would have, not even a book to go after. So I don't like this language being used here. It seems really scummy.
Often hear them say that they aren't necessarily trying to convince anyone of anything. They're just here for a conversation, or they're just waiting to be convinced. They're clearly trying to explain not only why on their epistemology they don't think they should accept certain arguments as evidence for theism or for Christianity, but why you should accept their epistemology and you shouldn't be convinced by these arguments for theism or for Christianity. With this distinction in mind, there is a big, glowing, obvious difference between atheist A, the average atheist, and atheist B, who wants you to accept his or her epistemology. Conversations with atheist B will be less productive. Conversations with atheist B will be a waste of time if you focus on the wrong things.
Well, yeah, if you focus on the things that will not convince somebody, that will be unproductive. But if your version of productive is converted them to my theology, then maybe your version of productive needs to be reevaluated, because, again, it just sounds predatory to me.
With that in mind, I've crafted a disclaimer. I don't think it'll actually be used, but I think it should be present anytime a video is produced or some other resource that involves someone from the camp we might call Atheist B. The disclaimer reads, disclaimer. This person's skepticism leads them to the conclusion that miracles, personal experiences of God, nor historical evidence will ever likely be enough to persuade them.
So you'll need to actually determine that there's historical evidence for God. I'm just going to throw that out there. You will need to determine that historical evidence for a God exists. And if you accept historical evidence for a God and you are a monotheist, you must then contend with the fact that there is now you have now opened the door for historical evidence for polytheistic gods, which may not be a thing that your epistemology allows, which creates a very awkward situation for you.
Even God literally appearing to them, or someone parting an ocean in Jesus' name, could simply be a delusion, hallucination, or advanced, unknown, deceptive technology used as a part of a conspiracy to convince them wrongly that God exists.
It doesn't need to be part of a conspiracy, Braxton. It's not a conspiracy if literally every single church is constantly trying to get more members and get more people to become Christian. It's not some conspiracy theory that Christians try to convert atheists. You are literally doing that right now. You're literally trying to find better ways to convince atheists to believe in your religion, to believe in your God. There's no reason to even call it a conspiracy in your disclaimer, because you're actively engaging in it.
This means that any apologetic used with this person has, by their own admitted epistemology, been ruled out. Discussions with such a person will, therefore, likely not be productive. If you are a listener and philosophical arguments, historical data, or even incredible miracles such as the parting of an ocean in Jesus' name would convince you, then this person's opinions about what counts as good or bad evidence should be of no consequence to you. Now,
so wait, if you are somebody that has a low threshold for what would convince you, then somebody coming in and arguing that maybe you should have a higher threshold for what would convince you. You should come in and be more, not steadfast in your beliefs, but it should take more to convince you that something is the case. You should have stronger logic. You should have a better constructed epistemology. You've literally said that those people do not need to be listened to. You are more susceptible. You are more gullible. It's better that you don't listen to them. If you didn't want Christianity to sound like a predatory practice, then maybe don't sound like somebody who preys on people who are gullible. Like, you're literally putting people in camps of gullible and not gullible. Focus on the gullible people. If you're talking to the non-gullible people, change the conversation to why aren't they gullible? And when you're having these conversations, instead of doing things in good faith, your modus operandi is to get more people convinced that your God exists and agree with your particular theology. I'm not a huge fan of this approach. I don't know if you guys could tell. It feels very much like arguing that people should be more gullible, and I don't think they should.
Now, what you could do with Atheist B is have a conversation with them about their epistemology and why you think it's constructed in such a way that it disallows for the inclusion of what should count as good evidence. But until this happens, most of the debates that you're going to have with Atheist B are going to be exercises in spinning your wheels. And while the gospel message should be involved in any discussion a believer has with an unbeliever about these matters, it may be that with a person like this, the best you can do is lay aside the apologetics and just present the gospel.
Or, alternatively, they've already heard the gospel. I grew up with the gospel. I was a Christian for almost 2 decades. Presenting the gospel to me is just going to make me walk away from the conversation. I've heard it. I've experienced it. I've been in several churches. I've grown up with it. If you feel like you need to present the gospel to me, then it sounds like you're saying that, well, it didn't work the first time. Maybe it'll work the 5th time. Maybe it'll work the 6th time. This is an operation of insanity. You're expecting a different result doing the exact same thing. Braxton, I don't know if you're going to see this video. I don't. But this doesn't feel like good faith discussion. This feels like projection. Arguing that the atheists are here just to convince you that God is bad and we shouldn't believe in God, when you're simply doing the opposite. I don't think this is a good faith effort. I don't. And I'm not a huge fan of this method of thinking. It really does sound like you've used fluffy language to sort atheists into the camps of gullible and not gullible, and telling Christians that they would be more productive arguing that the gullible people should believe in Christianity, and then the less gullible people should be more gullible. And if they're still not more gullible, just present them with the gospel so that you can say you've made an effort. Most of us have actually already heard the gospel, Braxton. Most of us came to our conclusions after hearing the gospel. Many of us, most of us, were already Christians. We had reasons for not being Christians anymore. Maybe you should just accept that. I have no problem with you being a Christian. I have no problem with anyone being a Christian. I do have an issue with any religion, though, that necessitates everybody else convert or they burn in hell for eternity. And if you think that's a good thing, then keep following your God, I suppose. But I'm not going to. I'm not big on sadomasochism. That all said, if you enjoyed the video, please leave a like. Share with your friends if you want to. Go ahead and go in the description below if you want to find ways to support the channel. And if you haven't subscribed already, please go ahead and hit the subscribe button and hit the bell notification icon so that you can know whenever new videos come out. Thank you all for watching, and I hopefully will see you all in the next video. I asked you if someone with real experience with real monetizing channel would give me a real world impression of what had to be done. I think else in the channel. Okay, well, the real world impression is that I don't know every single thing that YouTube requires. I know what they tell me, and I presented what they tell me to you. Free says, I can take the most fun position as a polytheist. I can grant the existence of Yahweh, and it doesn't change anything. Yeah, that's... Like... That's why I don't mind, like, my position as an atheist. I can grant that a God might exist. I can grant a lot of things, and it just doesn't change anything for me. It's interesting to have a conversation about religion, but if I'm nothing else than a future convert to you. It's like, I should have mentioned this during the recording, but it's like if you're having a conversation with somebody and their intent is to date you, and you are nothing but a future sexual partner to them. That's kind of a problem. This feels no different. You're just a future Jesus sex partner to somebody. Instead of actually having a good faith conversation and trying to come to a conclusion, you're going in with a modus operandi to convert. This person is not an atheist. This person is a potential Christian. It feels like sales. It feels like marketing. This is why Trump loves the uneducated. If you want to be a billionaire, president, or dictator, the first rule is to attack the mentally weak people. That is true. And scary. Honestly, it's really scary to think about. That said, I do think that's all the topics I want to cover today. I did want to get into the stuff that Keemstar did recently, but I'm going to do that at a later date. Probably tomorrow. That's probably going to be tomorrow's video, or tomorrow's stream. Either tomorrow or... Mic's a bit quiet. Well, the mic's quiet because when I'm in recording mode, the mic has to be quiet. Otherwise, it blows up on the... It blows up on the other end. Gotta watch the new footage of the Viking guy. It's hilarious. Oh, fucking dear God. Gullibility and cults find homes together. As they do. I must be honest, I did think about starting a religion purely for tax exemption purposes. Hey, Cyrus, you could be our leader or money funneler. JK. Well, thank you very much for the $5 Australian, Brett, but no. Gonna do a game and stream? I don't think so. I think I'm gonna let my voice calm down for a little bit. Starting to hurt, at least from talking as much as I am. It's kind of tempting to become a cult leader. It's disturbing. K. Justin says, I'm almost 60. I've explored many religions. None of them have felt right to me. As a person who believes in science and sees the world as it is, atheism is, as Spock says, only logical. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I don't find religiosity to be particularly illogical, but I can see where that perspective comes from. Take a break and drink some water. Water! So, how are you guys doing with the end of stream? Hopefully you guys are having hopefully we've had a decent time. It's been almost 4.5 hours. A decent chunk of time has passed. Water everywhere. I mean, it's not water, but... Whew. Alrighty. With that said, thank you very much for tuning into today's stream. Thank you all for hanging out. Thank you all for the generous donations, honestly. Like, holy shit. With that all said, guys, I'm going to be heading out. Thank you all so much for popping out. And I will see you all at a later date.